why don't you fill out a speaker slip since you're not the owner, and then you can come up with your brother, and then if you need to speak afterwards, and just so they have it for the record that.
Okay.
So.
We can share. Oh, yeah. Well, my phone is too elementary for that.
We'll go around this way.
Down there.
Yep.
There were 7. Yeah. Good evening. We're sorry for the delay. We had to get set up. The room apparently was not ready for us this evening. My name is Cecilia Espinoza, and I welcome you to our monthly meeting of the Arlington Board of Zoning Appeals. It's also known as the BZA, so as we speak this evening, you might hear us refer to the board in that capacity. So, Arlington Board of Zoning Appeals, BZA, or board. As I said, I'm Cecilia Espinoza, and I'm the chair of the Board of Zoning Appeals. To my left is the vice chair, Monica Craven. To her left is Judy Freshman. To my right is Charles Smith, and to his right is Terry Russell. The board is made up of the 5 citizens I've just named. We are appointed by the Circuit Court. Also present with us this evening are the professional staff, including the zoning administrator, Andrew Noxon, who serves as a coordinator and secretary to the Board of Zoning Appeals, Norma Cozart, who's the zoning administrator, and Clifton Hogan, who's the assistant to the zoning administrator, who's also acting as our IT person this evening. Again, we thank you and extend a warm welcome. Okay, we're going to listen to that tonight too, construction. Sorry about that. To avoid disruptions, we ask that you please turn your cell phones or pagers off or put them in silent mode. On the front table, we hope that you've all come forward and picked up a copy of the report. You can pick up one for your case and any of the cases we have this evening. I recommend, if you have not seen the report for your case, that you get a copy and review it before your case is called. The board's powers are prescribed in the Code of Virginia and are set out in further detail in the county's zoning ordinance, which is adopted by the county board. The Board of Zoning Appeals does not have the power to rezone property or to amend the regulations set forth in the ordinance. That authority rests with the county board alone. The board does have the authority to do 3 things. We can approve use permits that allow modifications of placement requirements for structures on 1- and 2-family lots where there is no option in the zoning ordinance to allow such modifications. We can grant variances from the specific requirements of the zoning ordinance, and we can decide appeals of the decisions of the zoning administrator. When approving use permits, the Board of Zoning Appeals may impose conditions that it deems necessary in the public interest, including limiting the duration of the use permit. In order to approve a use permit, the law requires that the board find that the proposal meet conditions and that the use permit will not, first, adversely affect the health or safety of persons residing in the neighborhood, second, will not be detrimental to the public welfare or injurious to property or improvements in the neighborhood, and third, will not be in conflict with the purposes of the master plans and land use and zoning related policies of the county. To make determinations on these 3 points, the BZA shall consider whether the modification will promote compatibility of development with the surrounding neighborhood because the structure's overall footprint, size, and placement are similar to the structures on the properties surrounding the lot in question, and whether the modification will help preserve natural landform, historical features, and/or significant trees and foliage. When granting variances, the board must determine that the strict application of the ordinance would produce undue hardship, that the hardship is not generally shared by other properties in the same zoning district, and that the authorization of the variance will not be of substantial detriment to adjacent property, and that the character of the decision of the district will not be changed by granting of the variance. In addition, Virginia Supreme Court law requires that a variance cannot be granted unless the effect of the zoning ordinance, as applied to the piece of property under consideration, would, in the absence of a variance, interfere with all reasonable beneficial uses of the property taken as a whole. This evening, the cases will be called, and a brief staff report and recommendation will be given. Some of the cases, it won't be that brief because some of the requests are very long. We summarize the requests for the record when each case is called. Following the summary and then the recommendation, the board members will ask any questions of the staff that they may have. Next, applicants or their representatives will be given an opportunity to make comments to support the application or appeal. If they choose to make a comment, they must come forward to the podium so that their comments are made on the record. Next, all speakers will be called. At this point, let me remind you, if you haven't come forward, Mr. Clifton has them by him. Speaker slips must be filled out and received by the chair prior to the item being called. So if you want to speak and you're not the requester, please fill out a form. So even if you're a representative, we need a form from you. Give that to Mr. Hogan, and he'll give them to us. After we hear from speakers for and against the proposal, the board may permit the applicant a brief opportunity to clarify any points. The board may ask questions of any speakers, but does not permit and will not condone any cross-examination or direct questioning by you of any of others involved with the case. We have deemed the following time limits for speakers to be sufficient: 5 minutes for applicants for use permits and variances. For use permits and variances, we have deemed 3 minutes for representatives of organizations and 2 minutes for individuals. After the board has gathered all information they need and discussed the case, it will decide the matter by voting on a motion duly made and seconded. A majority is needed to approve any motion. Any appeal from the decision of this board must be made to the circuit court in accordance with state law. After your case of interest is heard, you are welcome to stay for the balance of the session or leave at your convenience. Again, I thank you for being here this evening, and I ask Mr. Noxon to call the first case.
Thank you very much. Good evening. Our first case tonight is V-10703-12-VA-1. This is a variance request by Jeffrey Olindi and Soban Dupuy to permit structural alterations to a non-conforming enclosed left side porch, which is in the R5 zoning district on a premises known as 2409 3rd Street North.
Thank you, Mr. Noxon. And the recommendation is to adopt the attached resolution approving the subject variance with conditions. Any questions of staff? There are no questions of staff. I believe Mr. Isaac is here representing the applicant. And for the record, are Jeffrey Olind or Siobhan Dupuy here?
They could not make it tonight.
Oh dear, and it sounds like you can barely make it, Mr. Isaacs.
I'm winging. The builder's here with me.
Okay, has he? I don't think he's filled out a speaker slip for me,
Yes.
though.
Yes.
He has? Is that Mr. No?
Early.
Early? I got him.
Yes.
Okay.
Yes.
So you're going to try and speak first? Okay, let me get your
Let me
name
give
on the
him-
record,
let me give
Mr.
him my
Isaac.
best. David,
I've got it. David Isaac, 3033 Silent Valley Drive, Fairfax, Virginia. Is that correct?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay.
Okay. What we got a building permit 2 years ago to build this structure. The the side room was a sunroom, and we were just refinishing it. The builder came across the roof structure and the floor structure were not substantial to hold the weight of the project. So he made some structural modifications with the approval of an engineer to beef up the structure. We did not change the foundation. We did not change the shape of the structure. We have not changed the roof rafters of the structure. All we've done is make some beam modifications inside and some floor modifications so it can hold its own. But it is the same shape and conformity as it began with.
Okay. And the building, in addition to the building permit, you also received a use permit from the BZA in 2012. Isn't that correct?
Yeah, that's the second part of this. We had a use permit for these other items, and construction was delayed on the project, and we didn't get started in time. And our special permit expired before we could get it in on the other work. That's the second half of the presentation tonight.
Okay. I was just clarifying the record that the other thing that had happened in 2012 was you did have a use permit as well. The one thing I keep seeing is a difference in color. The building pictures that we had are in blue, and it looks like you've put up new siding and they're now green. The house is now green. At least in the packet, I was confused. Or maybe it's just the sky is blue and it's making the house look blue.
Picture. Just the picture quality, I think.
Picture quality. See, in our packet, it's blue, so I was confused.
It's the color of the film.
Yeah.
Yes, ma'am.
Any questions for Mr. Isaac?
Madam Chair, one question. There aren't any comments from neighbors. Can you describe what efforts were made with respect to outreach?
For me,
Or any,
Yeah.
if you can't answer that, I don't, do you have another speaker who might be able to?
No, the builder. I don't think
Bill
he.
probably can.
the owner is not living in the house at this time, so he's not familiar with his neighbors. We've been working there for about 2 years and have not had any bad relations with the neighbors. Our biggest neighbor to the back is that warehouse building with a parking lot. The house on either side are older houses. I think one of them is a rental. And we don't have any interaction with the neighbors. We've never in 2 years, to my knowledge, had any negative interaction with any of the neighbors. But we really don't know them.
Okay. Any additional questions? If not, I guess we could ask Mr. Early to come forward and just explain. I think Mr. Isaacs tried to do a pretty good job, but if you have anything further, you can shed light on.
Just explain that's the
I think with regard to the variance, the larger issue is just the shape of the lot and the reason why we need to get the variance first. So, and I think we have a picture of the shape of the lot. Are there other kinds of topographical hardships that this lot faces?
only the boundaries of it. I assume that refer to the part 2 of our submission. I understand part 1 is strictly the reframing of the sunroom. Do we want to address the others right now?
No, I think we'll wait and call the use permit in just a moment.
Okay, yes. Okay.
So any questions on the sunroom? I think it's pretty clear from the packet what happened and from your comments. So if you want to take a seat for a moment, we'll
Yes.
deliberate, and then we'll move probably on to the use permit.
Madam Chair, you ready for a motion?
Yes, I am.
I move that the Board of Zoning Appeals adopt the attached resolution approving the subject variance with conditions stated in the resolution, and that would be variance 10703-12-VA-1.
Second.
Moved by Ms. Craven, seconded by Mr. Russell. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. The theme believe that's unanimous. Any opposed? Okay, it is unanimous, so the variance is passed. Now, if we want to talk to the use permit, let us call the case first, because as you said, it's for different issues. Mr. Noxon, if you'll call the case.
Okay, the related use permit is case number V-10703-12-UP-1, UP-2. This is a use permit request by Jeffrey Olinde and Soban Dupuy to permit a setback of 3.1 feet to the basement areaway, 4.8 feet to the eave of the new second-story addition, and 6.3 feet to the chimney, all from the right side property line instead of 8 feet as required. 24.5 feet to a new 1 story addition from the 3rd Street North right-of-way instead of 25 feet as required, and 8.5 feet to the existing enclosed porch from the left side property line instead of 10 feet as required, and also an aggregate side yard of 13.3 feet instead of 18 feet as required. It's all for a new basement areaway, a new eave for a new second-story addition above the existing footprint, a new chimney, a new 2-story rear addition, a new 1 story addition on the front of the home, and to permit structural alterations to an existing left side enclosed porch. It's in the R5 zoning district on the premises known as 2409 3rd Street North.
And the recommendation is to adopt the attached resolution approving the subject use permit for an eave for the new second-story addition above the existing footprint, the new chimney, a new 1.5 story addition on the front of the home, and to permit structural alterations to an existing left side enclosed porch with conditions, but to deny the use permit request for the areaway. Questions of staff? Mr. Clifton, could we, Mr. Hogan, could we go to where the picture of the areaway? Yeah. I guess, Mr. Noxon, it looks like it's been poured already, so what would be the staff's remedy if we go with the staff's recommendation? What would the owner need to do?
They would just have to rebuild that wall, report, move it in 0.3 feet.
And the stairs there would still be wide enough?
From what they showed before their original plan, I think they had a 4-foot areaway, but the interiors now is showing 5 feet instead of 4. And by building code, I can't speak for the inspections department, but they require 3 feet. That's what they tell us.
Okay. Thank you.
Just to clarify, that's 3 feet of interior clearance.
Mm-hmm. So I guess then based on that, the reason I had asked is because it says deny the use permit for the areaway. If we deny it and they report it, will he not need a use permit or?
The issue we had, we originally in 2012 recommended denial of it just because of how close it was to the property line. Closer than 5 feet, we usually recommend denial for. However, they were granted 3.5 feet, but built to that 3.1 feet. So they're actually in violation of the original use permit you all approved.
But but the use permit, having now it being more than 2 years, would that still be good, or would we need to do another statement if we want to go with? I mean, I think a straight up denial means I don't know what that means in relation.
They would have. That's really up to you if you're going to go back to the original approval at 3.5 feet.
Right, so some action would need to be taken or they would not be able to redo anything in this space, right? Because the setback would...
Exactly.
They need a use permit to build that entranceway.
That's correct.
In some way. Mm-hmm. Okay, I just wanted that clarified because... Any additional questions of staff?
Yeah, Madam Chair. They took it down below grade. They wouldn't need a use permit for that at all, would they?
Well, areaways are treated a little different than just a regular below-grade structure. Something that's completely below grade, we don't even count as a structure. And because this protrudes above, and we also have, not a definition, but we have it written in the ordinance now that it talks about basement areaways. Before, we just considered it as part of an encroachment into a side yard.
And it would just be a structure.
Exactly.
So now it's a specific kind of structure called a basement areaway, and whether it's just 0.3, 0.2. No, 0.3. You said it should have been 3.5, but it's 3.1.
3.5, though, was based on our use permit.
But we gave
So
them
what is the actual setback that would
It's
need to-
3.1 right now. It was built at 3.1.
What's the setback under the ordinance that they need to
They
have?
would need to meet 5 feet.
That's what I wanted clarified. So 5 feet is what they'd have to have. If they had enough space to do that, they could do it by right. Anything less than 5 feet, they need a use permit. So we need to act on that.
And
because-
there would be no way for them to meet 5 feet.
No. They, okay.
I guess, Madam Chair, I want to hear from the applicant how it happened.
Yeah, I was going to say, I think if there's no more questions of staff, then we're prepared to have, Mr. Isaac, are you speaking first, or is Mr. Early going to speak? Since the questions, I think we have to go to Mr. Early, and he may have a voice. Before you speak, Mr. Early, let me at least get your name and address on the record. Tim Early, 4065 Doverville Lane, Fairfax. And I'm going to indicate you're speaking as the agent/builder for the applicant.
Yes, I'm the builder.
Okay?
And I believe to answer Mr. Smith's question, how did it get off? It was a mistake on approximately 4 inches in where the forms were set. And just quite frankly, that was a mistake. When you measure a certain part on the inside or the outside of a form, someone made a mistake, obviously, because the surveyors picked up on it. So I'm just answering your question is how was it poured wrong? It wasn't like we were trying to do something on purpose. It was a mistake on the concrete contractor, who put the form up. I just wanted to answer Mr. Smith's question.
And in terms of what's going to be the difficulty to take down the wall and move it to the 3.1? Is that what we had approved? 3.1?
Well,
3.5.
3.5, and it's at 3.1.
and I'm sorry, your exact question was? I didn't
Can
hear
you
the first part.
as the builder, can you describe the process that you're going to have to go through if we say you can't build it any more than consistent with what we previously had approved?
Yes. Well, to remove the entire wall all the way down to the footing and move it over the 4 inches, I mean, anything's possible, of course, but it would be a little bit of, quite a bit of effort to do that. I was just speaking with Mr. Isaac, and he asked me if we were able to remove the portion of the wall that you can kind of see that's above the grade. We can actually move that all the way down to grade. If that would help at all, that would be basically quite a lot easier than just taking the whole wall and moving it over 4 inches. So if that's an option, either way, I'm willing to obviously do whatever's needed to satisfy the conditions.
I don't think that changes the obligation under the code, because I think it's still a structure, and so the setback would be to the edge of the wall regardless. But I think in terms of the impact on having the wall there, at least it would look different.
If
Do you want to?
Exactly. If they took that portion down below the grade, down right to ground level or below, that part wouldn't be counted as part of the structure anymore. It's like a foundation. A lot of times the foundation protrudes into the setback, but it's way below grade, and we don't count that as we would a wall that comes out of the ground.
So if it's just a footer, which is kind of like, it would become almost like a footer at that point, underneath the ground
Correct.
and not a structure.
Madam Chairman, can I ask a question then? So what would be the setback to the areaway then? To the inside of the wall?
Well, the setback would be, they would have to have a wall that comes out of the ground either way to keep the dirt and everything from flowing into it. But I think what he's asking is to shave part of it down until it's below grade and then have the, shore it up behind with a little more concrete possibly.
But I'm asking the question as to what the setback to the areaway then is. If the ordinance says there's a required setback to the areaway, would it then be the inside of the wall where the steps go down rather than the outside of the wall, which is what we're being asked to do now?
I honestly don't think that would change. I mean, it's to the exterior of the wall no matter what.
But you're saying if the wall is below grade, it doesn't count.
But there's no way they would pull the entire wall down below grade.
Oh, okay. So then it doesn't do any good for him to take it down to grade.
Well, if he literally cut that wall in half and dropped part of it down below grade and then shored up the back part of it, so literally they're moving the wall over but keeping the part as a foundation or a footer, we would allow him to do that. I'm not sure how easy that would be to do, but...
A lot easier than taking it all down, I would guess.
Mr. Early, can you speak to that?
Yeah, I just had a comment with regards to both questions. Mr. Russell's question was, if you shave the wall down to the grade level, the dirt level, then where is the areaway? And if you see the picture, that's basically 8-inch thick wall. So if you measure I guess, to make a long story short, you shave the wall down to dirt level, then the areaway would conform because that's 8 inches in towards the house. I don't remember that gentleman's name, but you mentioned that, well, you don't think it would do any good, but right now we're 4 inches over, in other words. And the reason we're 4 inches over is because the darn 8-inch thick wall that's sticking up a foot above the ground is the culprit here. So if that goes down to the grade level, then, and the way I'm looking at it, or the way I've kind of understand it is, that would solve the problem because the steps on the areaway as you go down, they're actually not encroaching into that 4-inch mistake, if you want to say. So, does that make any more sense with regards to Mr. Russell's question to?
Well, I think that was Mr. Russell's question of whether the inside of the wall, the part that we're seeing right now, if you bring this to grade, becomes the place where you would measure the setback.
Yeah, in other words, if you shave it down, then.
But I don't think you can answer that. I think either the staff has to answer that, or is that your?
The administrator has to answer, which True can do. He represents the zoning administrator. But
I agree. If you brought that down to grade, that portion wouldn't count anymore. But from a design standpoint, wouldn't you need some sort of lip that comes out of the ground to keep everything from washing into it?
Yes, you would. And when you do the math, if you realize that's an 8-inch wall, an 8-inch thick wall, and if you bring it down, you're right. If you you need some sort of maybe a 3-inch lip, but that lip only needs to be 3 inches wide. So 8 minus 5, if you know what I mean. If we do that and we only protrude a 3-inch lip up just to keep dirt from going down the steps, we would be in compliance at that point. That's
exactly
what I wanted to tell you when you guys were both talking back and forth, but obviously I didn't want to interrupt.
That's what I was looking for. So that 3-inch piece would be the only part that counts, but that would be 4 or 5 inches back.
Yes, sir.
And the rest of it would be under the grade and wouldn't be counted anymore. And I agree with that.
If that makes sense, then that would cause mud to not go down the steps, and we
Exactly.
would basically be in compliance with the 4-inch mistake.
And if that doesn't have any issue with the building code or anything like that, you can make that work.
That is correct,
Okay, so now I do have a question. We're approving this because he didn't build it in time or because it was not done correctly? I mean, this is before us because it wasn't built in time or because it wasn't built correctly?
Both issues. The use permit expired because the building permit wasn't pulled in time. And the second issue was the areaway was built too close to the property line. So that's...
And I wanted to clarify that. So just to clarify for you, Mr. Early, it wouldn't correct the error because the issue is at this point you don't have a use permit because the one you had expired. But it would allow us to bring this into compliance consistent with our prior use permit if that math works out. Okay.
Just discussion?
Yeah.
Okay, so 2 years ago, when we approved this, if they'd have come in, if they'd have said we need 3 more inches, we probably would have approved it. If we're approving it anyway, then a difference, I'm sure we would approve those extra 3 inches. So I don't think we should be really harping on it too much. We're doing a new use permit. Let's just go with what they have right now. Don't worry about it.
Other thoughts? So that would be what was advertised, because that's what they've requested, right?
The alternative resolution.
Alternative resolution.
You ready for a motion?
I was going to say, if there's no more thoughts, I think we're ready for a motion.
Madam Chairman, I would move that the Board of Zoning Appeals approve the use permit V1070312 UP2 as shown in the alternative resolution and subject to the conditions in the alternative resolution.
Thank you, Mr. Russell. Is there a second?
Second.
Been moved by Mr. Russell, seconded by Ms. Craven. All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Hearing none, you have the use permit as it was advertised.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Okay, the next case tonight is V-10939-14-VA-2. It's carryover and revised use or variance application by Neil and Christina McBride to permit a total lot coverage of 44.3% instead of 43% as permitted. It's for a new 2.5 story detached single-family home and also to permit a retaining wall with a height up to 9 feet. This is in the R6 zoning district on the premises known as 5857 21st Street North.
And the recommendation is to adopt the attached resolution denying the variance, and an alternative resolution again has been provided should the BZA wish to grant the variance with conditions. Any questions of staff? Okay, seeing none, Mr. Lawson.
Thank you, Madam Chairman. For the record, my name is William B. Lawson, Jr. I represent the applicant. I understand that two of you all will not be here come February, and I want to take this opportunity to thank you for your service. It's been a delight to appear before both of you, and I wish you the best in the future.
Thank you, Mr. Lawson.
I want to show you something, if I could, real quickly.
By the way, while you're over there, did you grab a speaker slip?
No, I didn't think that.
Oh, I think probably, okay.
Happy to.
That's fine. You've put it on the record. We're okay.
Okay. Here to here is 6 feet. From here, just about here is 11 feet. From here to here is 6 feet. So that's the amount of area that we're talking about when we talk about the variance. 67 square feet. And it's that little rectangle. I want to start by indicating that I think you've got the standard wrong for variances. And I'm going to hand this out. And I'll ask that you all follow along if you don't mind. To give you a little background, the Supreme Court case of Cochran, which says all reasonable use, that created the standard, all reasonable use. He was quoting from the Fairfax County zoning ordinance. And what happened, I want to kind of go through this with you because I think it's really important. When a property owner can show that his property was acquired in good faith and where by reason of the exceptional narrowness, shallowness, size, or shape of a specific piece of property at the time of the effective date of the ordinance, or where by reason of exceptional topographic conditions or other extraordinary situation or condition piece of property, or the condition, situation, development of property immediately adjacent thereto, the strict application of the terms of the ordinance would effectively prohibit or unreasonably restrict the utilization of the property. Then, when you go down to A before, no variance shall be authorized unless it finds that the strict application of the ordinance would produce undue hardship. They took out approaching confiscation after Cochran. And this was an attempt by the General Assembly to legislatively overturn Cochran and put the variance law back where we had always understood it to be. Going into the merits of this case, and I'm doing both the variance and use permit, if that's okay, Madam Chairman.
Actually, if you're going to do that, Mr. Lawson, let me ask if that would be all right with the board. Let us call the use permit,
Okay.
so we actually have it on the record, and then we can proceed that way.
Okay, the use permit is V-10939-14-UP-1. It's a use permit request by Neil and Christina McBride, and this is to permit a setback of 0 feet to the detached stairway, 4.6 feet to the porch stairs, 6.9 feet to the porch, 4.2 feet to the eave, and 5.5 feet to the wall of the home from the right side property line instead of 8 feet as required, 6.8 feet to the chimney, 8.3 feet to the wall of the new home from the left side property line instead of 10 feet as required, and 5.1 feet to the 2 window wells, 8.6 feet to the eave and pilaster, and 9.6 feet to the wall of the new home from the rear property line instead of 25 feet as required. Also 18 feet to a new 9-foot tall retaining wall and 2 storage structures from the 21st Street North right-of-way instead of 25 feet as required. And finally, an aggregate side yard of 10.4 feet instead of 18 feet as required. It's all for the construction of a new 2.5-story single-family home with a right side porch with stairs, a rear porch, 2 rear window wells, a left side chimney, a retaining wall in the front yard, a detached stairway. It's in the R6 zoning district on the premises known as 5857 21st Street North.
And the recommendation is to adopt the attached resolution granting a use permit for a setback of 0 feet to the detached stairs, 5 feet to the right side porch, and stairs from the right side property line instead of 8 feet as required, and 6.8 feet to the chimney, 8.3 feet to the wall of the home from the left side property line instead of 10 feet as required, and 11 feet to the 2 window wells, 14 feet to the eave and pilaster, and 15 feet to the wall of the new home from the rear property line instead of 25 feet as required, and 18 feet to a new 7-foot tall retaining wall and 2 storage structures from the 21st Street North right-of-way instead of 25 feet as required by Article 3, Section 3.2.6A.1.E of the Arlington zoning ordinance, and an aggregate side yard of 11.8 feet instead of 18 feet as required. An alternative resolution has been provided should the BZA wish to grant the use permit as advertised. We'll take 1 minute of your time so far, Mr. Lawson, for the original, but Mr. Hogan, can you set the time for 9 minutes? Since he's doing both, we'll give him his 10 minutes. Maybe.
Okay, this property, rarely have I come across a property with so many hardships on one property. The first one is the shape of the lot, right there in, the code, size or shape of a specific piece of property. We have the shape of the lot. We have a narrow frontage. It's a triangle. And if this were the opposite, we had a big frontage and then a triangle at the rear of the lot, we wouldn't have all of these problems. But we have a narrow frontage, and that limits our ability to design this. Contrary to what the staff is asserting, this condition really only exists in this magnitude, in this extreme magnitude for this lot and the one immediately adjacent to the left. The second element of hardship is this subdivision, and I don't know how this got recorded the way it did. It appears to be some type of a cluster. And it has this common open space that kind of surrounds the lots. From a practical viewpoint, this common open space really acts as a rear yard for the purposes of setback and so forth. Going back to the statute, it talks about condition of adjoining property. Next, we have the size of the lot. If this was a bigger lot, if it was the minimum lot size, 6,000 square feet, we wouldn't have the problem with the setbacks and the required use permits, And we wouldn't even need a variance for the lot coverage because we would be entitled to 2,580 square feet versus the 2,219 square feet that we are allowed, difference of 360 square feet. Going down the list of hardships, our storm sewer easement, which is along the left side of the property. Again, extraordinary condition of a property. We have the storm sewer inlet at the curb, and that impacts our ability to ingress, egress the site. The topography, very difficult topography here. You combine that with the triangular shape, even further limits the options. The last time we were here, one of the things that was talked a lot about last time we were here was why don't we just add a garage and that would take care of it. And I want to spend a moment or two and explain why that won't work. Drew, would you be kind enough to flip back to that picture that you took from the front?
Actually, that'd be Mr. Hogan.
That one right there. What I did is I put a chart together, and I'm going to pass this out and let you all see it. This is your normal situation right here. Assuming we have a normal lot, and you have a 25-foot setback, and you have a garage here. And so you have a driveway that comes to it, and you have your parking space number 1, and that is 153 square feet, 8.5 by 18. And that's assuming it's level, you can open doors. Then you got to get from the parking space to the garage, so you eat up another 59 square feet. And so if you had a normal lot, normal situation, this is what you would eat up if you did a parking space in the garage, which took care of one of your 2 required parking spots. This is the existing house. And because of the topography, and it's shown there, you can't cut into the hill and come here, which is closer to the street. Because of the topography, you have to go over here. And so you're going to be cutting into the hill, but you're going to cut into it a lot less over here than you are over here. Over here, you're going to have a wall that's 12 feet tall. And so when you come back here, well, your whatever you gain by having your parking space inside the house is eaten up because you got to get there. And so you double this in order to get here. And this is the only place practically that you can put the garage. The family decided that in lieu of a garage, most people don't use it anyway, I don't, that instead they would do the porches. Now, I'll let you all have that for the record. I want to talk for a few minutes about the use permits. The use permits that we're requesting, we pretty much already are there because of the existing footprint. I took the existing footprint and I did it in red showing you the existing footprint. Our neighbors, which are, again, similarly situated, their lot is almost identical except flipped over. They were granted a rear yard setback of 8.5 feet for a 2-story addition. And I think that that certainly indicates that what we're seeking is reasonable. And again, if that common open space were in our lot as it should have been, again, we wouldn't need the use permit for the rear yard. I think I have to point out also that as other houses have done additions, and Drew has pointed out they're not exceeding coverage, they have not had to add parking. They have to add parking because we're raising what's there and we're starting new, so we got to meet all the ordinance. So we're having to add parking, which our neighbors have not had to do. Staff is recommending a smaller wall, a shorter wall. The problem with that is we can't regrade the site as staff is suggesting because of the water flow that comes from behind the house. That hill continues beyond the house. Can't really see it from here. Last time we were here, we had pictures showing you that, and there's just a wall of water that comes, and we've got to come up with a way to grade that water around. One of the things that we could do to solve the setbacks and the coverage, not totally the setbacks, is we could go up another floor. And The folks just really don't want to do that. It wouldn't look out of character with the neighborhood. The neighbors would probably intensely dislike it. We have support of all our neighbors. Every neighbor is okay with this. And a case that you all did in November was for Helena and Paul Peck. And in that, you all granted, it wasn't variances, it was setback use permits, but you did it for the sole reason of allowing them to spread out rather than go up. And they came and testified as to why they wanted to spread out rather than go up, as did one or two of their neighbors. The McBrides bought this property before the coverage law was amended. They found it necessary to change their house. They have a leakage problem in the basement. There's been mold and so forth, and they've come to the conclusion that the best thing to do is raise and rebuild. We heard you all loud and clear at the last hearing. We've amended it. There's no variance for the house coverage, only for the lot coverage. They think that there's a legal right to build this house. Martha Moore, who's on the Civic Federation's Planning and Zoning Subcommittee, in this situation where you're allowed to build the house, but you can't because of the lot coverage, she termed it as you can build the house, but you just can't build it on this lot. Going back to the statute to summarize, the standard is reasonable use being precluded? I would respectfully suggest that it is, and it's due to the size, shape of the property and the topography of the property and the condition of the neighboring property. And we would respectfully request that this request be approved as submitted. Thank you.
Thank you. Any questions?
Madam Chairman,
Mr. Russell?
what is different that causes of design that causes you not to need variance for the house? The house footprint was changed in some way?
The architect scaled it back, so they found some areas where they were able to move in some walls.
Yeah, I was looking through that. I couldn't.
It's not dramatic. We can't show
Mm-hmm.
you where we took this room off, but the whole entire thing was scaled as you went around.
Maybe a foot all the way around or
Yes,
something
sir.
like that. Yeah, I suspected that was the case. I just couldn't tell. And one other question: you're required to build 2 off-site spaces. Is that just because it's on a cul-de-sac, or is it?
It's on a cul-de-sac. I know why the law is there, because you have the cul-de-sac, you have less frontage, so you're going to have less street parking. But given the topography here, it just really wrecks a hardship, and the small size.
And if I could ask a question of the zoning administrator, do we have the authority to waive the required or give a variance for the required parking? I didn't think we do. Okay.
I wish you did.
BZA could only give a variance for the size of a parking space, but not the actual number.
Well, then I'll have a question for, if we gave a variance for the size of the parking space, you'd still be, that's what you're asking for, isn't it?
I guess
in your 6 by 11.
I guess technically that's correct. I think they've done it just as small as they possibly can and actually work. I mean, if we could say, okay, we're not going to count this area here as coverage, but I don't know how you do that. I think we just got to ask for the relief for the 67 square feet.
I see. Thank you.
I guess following on that, is that because the driveway will continue to follow the topography that we see in the front of the house now? If it was a straight-on driveway, could you fit the 2 cars easier?
What they've had to do is go straight in and build a retaining wall 18 feet back or thereabouts, maybe it's 20 feet back. Mm-hmm. They had to go straight in to have 2 parking spaces side by side.
So they'll be expanding that side by side.
Yeah, it actually, I'm not trying to brag on our architect, but they really came up with some pretty cool ideas where, when normally you'd have a garage and you have your bikes and your rakes and all that kind of stuff. What they've done is behind this wall, they created these little areas where you can put those kinds of things.
Any additional questions? If not, I think you can take a seat.
Thank you.
I don't believe we have any other speakers on this case. So we're open for deliberation.
Madam Chair,
Mr. Smith.
my concern the last time we met on this case was the size of the structure. And that being changed, and Mr. Lawson's description of the amount of lot coverage that they're seeking a variance from is not troublesome to me.
Thank you, Mr. Smith. Mr. Russell?
I have the same, I do think 67 square feet is a relatively small amount for a variance of lot coverage, and there certainly is size and shape and topography issues with this lot.
Ms. Freshman?
Well, I can understand what Mr. Smith and Mr. Russell are saying, but I continue to have difficulties because the statute that Mr. Lawson handed out talked about unreasonably restrict the utilization of the property. The property is already in use, and it's demonstrated that it can support the dwelling. I understand that the applicants want a new house and they want it bigger. But I don't consider that all the hardships that are cited exist for the current house too, or so it seems to me. So I'm not persuaded necessarily that unless there can be more discussion of the house coverage versus the lot coverage that changes that.
Thank you. Ms. Craven?
Well, it's a substandard lot size, and there are lots of lots in Arlington that are substandard, and I don't think we want to go around approving a house that's too big for the lot. But now we find out that it's really, the house now meets the maximum lot coverage for the house, right? The main structure is what Mr. Lawson said. So it just muddies the water as far as I'm concerned, because I don't like the idea of big houses on small lots. They're not meant for that. As Ms. Freshman says, there is a house on there right now, so one can live in it. You're not restricting the use. So I'm not so sure that I support this. Still working on the difference between the house coverage and the lot coverage.
Mr. Lawson, maybe you can help us with regard to the difference in the house coverage and the lot coverage. Because I see both sides of my colleagues' arguments, and I do think that your clients have done a really good job to reduce the overall impact, and appreciate that. But to a certain extent, that just does, as Ms. Craven and Ms. Freshman indicate, to a certain extent muddy the waters in the sense that you are starting from scratch in terms of designing this house. And I guess that's always been my difficulty, because we're not talking about existing conditions because you've already got something that wasn't in compliance with what was in the zoning order, things that happened before the zoning ordinances changed, which is much of the rest of our calendar tonight, actually. So can you address that from your perspective?
Well, I think when this ordinance got adopted,
which ordinance?
The ordinance in the coverage ordinance. When it comes to the house coverage, for substandard lots, you go ahead and are allowed to use 6,000 square feet. And so I guess the theory was that for undersized lots, you shouldn't penalize someone and not allow them to build the same size house that their neighbor could that does have 6,000 square feet. For whatever reason, when it came to the lot coverage, they went with the actual square footage. And you all have seen cases that I've done a number of them where when it's really extreme, you can't even put the house on the lot because it's so extreme that you have to reduce the house in order to even put it on there. The two were supposed to work together, and they just aren't working together for these undersized lots. And I think the other thing in answering your colleagues, again, if we weren't on a cul-de-sac, we would be okay because we wouldn't have to add that second spot. It's that second spot that is causing the 67 square feet problem.
So you're saying the reason for the variance and the hardship that exists on this property versus other properties is the cul-de-sac?
It's the cul-de-sac, yes, ma'am. If we weren't doing a raise and rebuild, we wouldn't have to add the parking.
So it's the
'Cause
convergence.
You've already got that situation.
So it's a convergence of all of the ordinances on the location of this lot,
I think so.
which
I
makes
mean,
it different than other properties in the zoning district.
I think you'd be hard-pressed to find another lot with, except for the one immediately next door, that is this small, is rectangularly shaped, is on a cul-de-sac, has the topography, has a storm sewer on the left side. I mean, it's just like a perfect storm of hardship.
I appreciate that. Thank you, Mr. Lawson. I guess I get struck by the conflict between the two ordinances. The fact that you measure the one at the 6,000 feet and the other at the lower feet is what's causing the hardship, from my perspective. To the extent that they are maximizing every inch of the house but have reduced it within the lot coverage for the structure, I'm inclined to say that the hardship comes from the other ordinance, which puts them in a unique situation. So I think that's where I'm at. Any further discussion? Are we ready for a motion?
Mic on here. With respect to V-10939-14-VA2, I'd move that the Board of Zoning Appeals adopt the alternative resolution granting the request as advertised.
Second.
Been moved by Mr. Smith, seconded by Mr. Russell. All in favor? Aye. Opposed? It carries 3-2, and so the variance has been approved. We've called the use permit case. Do we have are we ready for a motion on that, or do we need further discussion?
Madam Chair, I'm ready to make a motion based on the discussions that we've had and the granting of the use the variance.
Okay. Any other need for discussion? Seeing none, Mr. Smith, I'll entertain your motion.
Madam Chair, I move that we, with respect to V-10939-14-UP1, I move that the Board of Zoning Appeals adopt the attached resolution granting the request for a use permit as advertised.
Second.
Been moved by Mr. No, I think this... Was this one the alternative as well?
The alternative resolution approval as advertised.
As advertised, yes. Alternative resolution. So that is the motion, Mr. Smith, seconded by Mr. Russell. All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Seeing no opposition, the motion carries. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
It's been a pleasure to work with you as well, Mr. Lawson.
Okay. Next case tonight is another return customer. This is V-10948-14-VA-3. This is a variance amendment request by Phoenix Houses of the Mid-Atlantic Properties Incorporated to permit alterations to the design in a two-story detached accessory building approved by a previous variance. And this is for a two-story detached accessory building containing multi-purpose and recreational space. This is in the RA 6-15 zoning district on a premises known as 521 North Quincy Street.
And the recommendation is to adopt the attached resolution granting the variance with conditions. Any questions of staff? If not, I believe appearing on behalf of the applicant is Lauren R. Is it Rote? Lauren R. Rote, 2300 Wilson Boulevard, 7th floor, Arlington, Virginia, 22202. And as with there's only the variance. Not a use permit with this?
Use permit.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yes, hi, good
Hi.
evening. Thank you so much for having us back. My name is Lauren Rote, and I do represent the applicant, Phoenix House. We're back before the board tonight because we were approved for a variance at the October 9th hearing, and that was resolved at that hearing, but at the time of the hearing, we had some changes to our plans that were required by ISD to address an additional egress on the accessory building, which we have done and the architect was working on at the time we came before you all the last time. But the plans were not finalized in time to be included in the approval. So the staff report that was approved at the last BZA, did not include that stairwell, which is now shown in your packet and is now shown on the plans. Following our meeting here at BZA and approval of the variance, we went before the board and had our use permit approved. That was October 18th, and those plans did include the stairwell, which is shown.
Great.
There were no other changes other than the addition of the stairs, which were required by ISD for code compliance. The remainder of the plans were as seen and approved in our prior appearance. So in the effort of keeping things short, I'd be here for any questions, but I think most of what you'll need is shown on the plans in the packet tonight.
Any questions? I don't think we have any. Thank you very much, Ms. Rote.
Thank you.
Yes? Nope.
Oh, sorry. I move the Board of Zoning Appeals adopt the attached resolution approving the variance V-10948-14-VA-3.
Second.
Moved by Ms. Craven, seconded by Mr. Russell. All in favor?
Aye.
Motion carries 5-0. Thank you very much.
Madam Chair,
Yes.
Ms. Rote, let me express my condolences to your firm for the tragedy that occurred with one of your partners recently.
I think that's the sentiment of the whole board. Thank you.
Okay, our next case tonight is also a carryover that's been revised. This is V-10955-14-UP-1. This is a use permit request by John Rosenbaum to permit a setback of 1.7 feet to the stairs, 5.5 feet to the eave, and 6.3 feet to the porch base, 6.3 feet to the eave, and 7.3 feet to the wall of the second-story addition from the North Cleveland Street right-of-way instead of 25 feet as required. Also 13.4 feet to the eave of a new second-story addition, 15.2 feet to the wall of the basement addition and second-story addition, and 20.7 feet to the areaway from the North Bryan Street right-of-way instead of 25 feet as required. This is all for a new second-story addition above the existing home and the front porch, a new left side basement areaway, a new front porch and stairway, and a new left side basement addition. This is in the R5 zoning district, premises known as 402 North Cleveland Street.
And the recommendation is to adopt the attached resolution denying the setback of 5.5 feet to the eave and 6.3 feet to the wall of the second-story addition from the North Cleveland Street right-of-way and the hot tub, but approving a use permit for a setback of 1.7 feet to the stairs, 5.3 to the porch eave, 6.3 feet to the porch base, and 13.4 feet to the eave of the new second-story addition from North Cleveland Street right-of-way, instead of the 25 feet as required, and 13.4 feet to the eave of the new second-story addition, 15.2 feet to the wall of the basement addition and the new second-story addition, and 20.7 feet to the areaway from the North Bryan Street right-of-way instead of 25 feet as required with conditions. and an alternative resolution has been provided should the BZA wish to grant the use permit as advertised. Any questions of staff? Seeing none, is John Rosenbaum present? Hi. Why don't you tell us, if you have any, what you're asking for specifically, and if you have any reaction to the zoning administrator's office's recommendation?
Naturally, okay. The condition we're obviously dealing with is a legal non-conforming structure with a encroaching front porch, and it's not an enclosed front porch. What we're trying to do is close in the space over top of it. We've got architectural plans that enable us to use the bump out that you can see in that picture right there as our staircase, and using that as the pivot point for the whole entire floor plan. We have a design that is logical to come out over the porch, and the only request and reason for that is to preserve the significant tree in the backyard. I was in front of the board a month ago and deferred it with only 4 members present to sharpen the pencil, make some modifications, to which we did. The hot tub is a non-issue, it's no longer, and the second level into the half story above that has been pulled back in off of the front setback by 1 foot. That is what I'm faced with.
I remember. Questions?
Yes.
Yes. Ms. Craven wasn't here last month.
No. Plus which, I've spent time in this house. I was friends with the former owner, so I'm familiar with the inside of the house. And my husband was reminding me of how awkward it was to get to the second floor from the first floor, that there was this little stairway in the kitchen. So really what you're doing is to get a more efficient way to get upstairs, which I'm not sure people understand, that narrow little stairway.
Yeah.
But my question is, enclosing the front porch, I don't understand that. You're really not talking about enclosing the existing front porch that's under the eaves, are you?
None whatsoever. Let me clarify. Within the code, if my front porch were enclosed, I wouldn't be in front of you asking for this special use.
Okay. But anyway, I understand it revolves a lot around that crazy little stairway.
Yes.
Yes, gotcha.
But staff still has a problem with the second story even pulled back a foot, right?
Correct.
Because of its proximity to the street and dissimilarity with other houses.
And Ms. Craven, you didn't hear last month about the tree and the significance of it. I think you told us it was the first tree or the only one.
In fact, ironic in the timing, county was out this past weekend to do a measurement, and it is going to be recommended as a notable tree for the county. The score was 190, and there is currently no Coleman catalpa tree on the registry in the county, and so this would actually be the first one.
Right. From my perspective, this is a good indication of what sharpening the pencil can do in terms of coming back before the board. Chair's ready for a motion if we have no further questions.
And Madam Chair, last month I didn't have a lot of problems with it as it was because I was remarking about the size of the rooms upstairs that were small anyway. And Ms. Craven's description of the narrowness of the stairway and its location, again, puts me in a better position even. So therefore, Madam Chair, I'd move that the Board of Zoning Appeals adopt the alternative resolution granting V-10955-955-14-UP1 as advertised, subject to the conditions in the alternative resolution.
Second.
It's been moved by Mr. Smith, seconded by Ms. Craven. All in favor? Aye. Any opposed? Carries 5-0. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Board, very much.
All right. Next case tonight is V-10960-14-UP-1. This is a use permit request by Niwab and Elizabeth Kumar to permit a setback of 2 feet to the right side property line instead of 8 feet as required Also 18 feet from the North Fairfax Drive right-of-way instead of 25 feet is required. It's for the construction of a new right-side carport. It's in the R6 zoning district on a premises known as 5709 North Fairfax Drive.
And the recommendation is to adopt the attached resolution granting a use permit for a setback of 5 feet to the carport from the right side property line and 18 feet from the North Fairfax Drive right-of-way. An alternative resolution has been provided should the BZA wish to grant the use permit as advertised. Questions of staff? Mr. Noxon, I was a little perplexed in the statement of justification, I believe, from the applicants. They're talking about wanting to build the carport in the way they've requested to make it useful for, it seemed like multiple homes, but I was confused. Can you shed some light on that? Maybe we'll have to ask the applicants, but.
I think we'll have to ask the applicant. It's just for this home.
Yeah.
Okay. So it's just both residents in this one home?
Yeah.
Correct.
Okay. I was just confused. I'm like, okay. We'll get to you in just a moment, okay? And actually, Mr. Hogan, can you help them lower the podium? It actually goes up and down, so you won't have to deal with it being in front of you.
That's great. That's great.
Yeah. So given that there are no further questions at this time, so is Neelab?
Yeah.
And Elizabeth Kumar? Okay. It's your opportunity to tell us what you want to tell us about what this is about.
Well, we just moved to this house maybe 3 or 4 months ago, so we're trying to make it accessible as possible to us. So we moved the ramp over, and we definitely need a carport to cover the ramp and that one side of the driveway, because my husband drives, and the ramp gets really, really slippery when it's snowing. So a few weeks ago, I think last week or week before, we had some snow, and it was just icy. It was terrible. So I can't get out of the house. So that's the main, safety issue of getting out of the house when we need to. He can't, get the snow off his car, to get to work, or if we need to go somewhere. We can't just leave we can't leave the house, basically.
Okay, can you speak a little bit to the...
Oh, sorry.
No, it's fine. I was going to ask a question. The staff has made a recommendation for less of a smaller carport than what you're requesting, because a little less of a setback. Can you speak to how that would impact your ability to have the necessary carport?
Well, the whole point is that we need to be able to cover the car as well. He needs to be able to get his wheelchair out. It wouldn't make sense. He needs to be able to park his car right there. And their, house isn't directly next to our driveway. There's grass, and then there's their driveway, and then their house. And we have all the signatures from our neighbors that, kind of on both sides and one over as well. So they're fine with it too.
Okay, thank you. Any additional questions?
And also no one lives with us either, so we can't have someone help us to shovel, our ramp or, things like that, so.
Motion.
Yes, ready for a motion.
I move the Board of Zoning Appeals adopt the attached alternative resolution, approval as advertised, with conditions on V-10960-14-UP1.
Second.
Been moved by Ms. Freshman, seconded by Mr. Smith. All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carries 5-0. So, okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Mr. Knox, in the next case?
Next case is V-10961-14-UP-1. This is a use permit request by David and Rebecca Clifton
No, it's
permit
okay.
a setback of 15.9 feet to the eave and 16.1 feet to the screen porch base, then also 19.4 feet to the eave and 19.6 feet to the side porch base from the 26th Street North right-of-way instead of 25 feet as required. And finally, 8.7 feet to the new two-story garage addition from the rear property line instead of 10 feet as required. It's all for the construction of a new front screen porch, a left side porch, and a new two-story rear addition with a garage. This is in the R6 zoning district on a premises known as 6225 26th Street North.
And the recommendation is to adopt the attached resolution denying the 8.7-foot rear setback for the two-story garage addition, but granting a use permit for a setback of 15.9 feet to the eave and 16.1 feet to the screened porch base, and 19.4 feet to the eave and 19.6 feet to the left side porch base from the 26th Street North right-of-way instead of 25 feet as required for the front screened porch and left side porch. Again, an alternative resolution has been provided should the BZA wish to grant the use permit as advertised. Questions of staff?
Yes, sir. When I visited this site, I was reminded of how confusing corner lots can be. Because when I looked at where the front door is and where the right side screen porch is, and I tried to reconcile what I was looking at in terms of requests, and it didn't compute. So I think I understand that the front door that exists now is really the side yard.
That's correct.
Because obviously you can't put a garage in what looks like the backyard. Putting the garage to the left of the existing house. And that's considered the rear.
That's right.
Okay, I'm just checking. I'm telling you.
Well, I liked the other one. There's the other one in the packet that we have where you define the rear and the front lot lines because it's another crazy corner. Okay, any other questions of staff?
I just have a question, please, of staff. Just so I understand, this, I don't know what page it is. It's the first one that shows the proposed additions. It's a plat, and it shows the 10-foot setback. They're requesting to reduce to 8.7. Okay. The 8.7, it just clips the front corner, I'll call it front corner, of the house at the garage, and then clips the this little projection. But the back corner is 10.4. Much of the wall is 10 feet. So it's not, the entire wall is not 18.7 parallel to the, 8.7
Exactly.
parallel to the rear lot line. Thank you. I just wanted to point out the severity of the request.
And again, going to the angle in the lot and the fact that if it was parallel line, it wouldn't, they would have the 10.4 feet. Okay, no additional questions of staff. Are David or Rebecca Clifton present? Yes. Okay. And you can push the button and bring that back up if you'd like.
Yes, as Ms. Freshman pointed out,
Maybe a little bit more because I think we're not going to hear you from the...
Is that better?
I think that, yeah. You're a little taller too, so.
Yes.
Okay, thank you.
As Ms. Freshman pointed out, the irony of a corner lot in terms of the size and the location and the shape of it. We had actually no idea that our technical front yard was on Potomac and not 26th until we submitted for this use permit, because we submitted the permit just for the screened-in porch. That being said, we tried to maintain the 10-foot along what we considered the rear of the yard to our neighbor behind us. And when, in proposing the addition, we could not go towards Potomac because we have a oak tree that's probably got a 48-inch diameter trunk on it. Wow. And anything, its root zone, I'm a landscape architect by trade, so anything within the entire corner of the lot is his root zone. So building that direction was a no-go for me. The 3 maple trees around the house, thanks to some pruning by Dominion Power and just the nature of those 3 are unfortunately not long for this world anyway, regardless of the addition. So that left us with going towards the west, towards our neighbor's yard, and just ever so slightly clipping the setbacks. I think the total square footage of area outside is about the size of this podium combined with the two triangles.
No, thank you. That's gives us a good visual. Any questions of Mr. Clifton?
I have a question. He brought up the root line of the large tree you have.
Correct.
Is that determined by the canopy? I mean, to understand it above ground?
It's a good rule of thumb, yes. But
So
given
if
the
you're
size
out of the drip line of the canopy, you're probably out of the air, because we get this brought up with us. You know, some people will build a deck, but they do certain kinds of footings that allow them to not disturb the ground so much, and that's helpful information to me.
Correct,
Thank
and
you.
as we build out that way, we're only going to be doing small individual piers underneath the screened-in porch to minimize impact into that. The other fun part of this lot is, I forgot to mention, is we have power lines running down the west side of the lot. So we've had to step back the second story 6 or 7 feet in order to clear what Dominion Power feels is a safe zone across the lower lines are all communication and everything else. It's that top line that they just wanted a 10-foot clear zone around. So we've had to coordinate with them in terms of how much we can push towards that side of the property.
Can I ask a question? So it is a two-story structure, but you're saying that the second story will be set back because of the power lines?
Correct.
Okay.
It's 2 stories on top of the garage.
Okay.
I believe that there's a front elevation in the packet.
Somewhere right here.
And I have a question that I think is for staff. Why is this considered a garage when really the garage, it's more than a garage, it's an addition that just happens to have...
Addition with the garage, exactly.
Yeah, so I was thinking garage, wait, why is it a 2-story garage? But it's not, it's an addition that's got a garage in it. Right, I saw the picture and it's just, so why is it called a 2-story garage in the...
It's a 2-story addition.
With a garage.
This says a 2-story, yeah, but it says a 2-story garage addition. That makes it sound like it's garage.
The subject said, the last line of the subject says a 2-story rear addition with a garage.
Yeah, so I guess it's
That's
in the
more correct.
recommendation, I just,
But I was thinking that was a separate two-story addition with the garage.
okay, that's not just me, it's odd. Is there any reason it has to be called a garage addition? I mean, it really is just an addition. And there's nothing special about the car that would make it required to be
We usually
called a
call
garage.
out the fact that there's a garage with it as well, so.
I mean, and isn't it true with some of some ordinance issues, having the garage minimizes some of the impacts under the ordinance for different measurements?
Push down to the ground like that.
So letting us know it's a garage helps us for other issues within the ordinance.
They don't pay for the underground.
I'm really not troubled by the proposal, but when I look at the elevation, and we're talking about less than 2 feet at issue, it looks to me like, when you look at this drawing, that there's actually a whole section that could come off of it. And I'm just wondering why it isn't. If you look at this elevation and you
Yes,
look
ma'am.
at this strip right here, that seems to be the area of contention, and
That strip is actually the strip on the rear part of it. The image gets flattened. So there's the vertical line where you see that what looks like a strip on the left-hand side. That's actually the bump out on the back part of the elevation.
oh, okay.
It's slightly misleading that way. And the same thing also happens again on the second story. The second story is able to bump out just a tiny bit as well.
Okay.
Because no two lot lines on the lot are parallel.
But is there a reason why you just don't go straight back? At least on the lower, on the garage and first level?
In terms of the layout, what we have in the structure to provide for a
Okay.
lavatory and an office study.
Okay.
It would have been pinched, internally it would have been pinched very close.
Thank you.
Yeah, and I point out, the rooms are not that large.
And the surveyor provided some bad information, actually. When I originally got a plat from the surveyor, it showed the setbacks in reverse. It showed this, the rear as an 8-foot setback and the side as a 10-foot. So I think they're basing their information off what the surveyor provided to them.
Correct. It was a misunderstanding from the beginning.
That's why they came in and applied for what they thought was just the front porches or the front and side porch.
Oh, and that's when you learned that it was,
Correct.
okay. Well, that was good that you came in and didn't build something without knowing,
Absolutely.
or try to move forward with that. Any additional questions? If not, the chair will entertain a motion, if we have.
Sure. I move the Board of Zoning Appeals adopt the attached alternative resolution approval as advertised for use permit V-10961-14-UP-1, subject to the conditions listed in the resolution, the alternative resolution.
Been moved by Ms. Craven, seconded by Ms. Freshman. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? Motion carries 5-0. Thank you.
Thank you.
Our next application is case number V-10962-14-UP-1. This is a use permit request by Peter and Litza Mikolewski to permit a setback of 7.6 feet to the eave and 8 feet to the wall of a new one-story garage addition from the right side property line instead of 10.1 feet as required, and also an aggregate side yard of 21.9 feet instead of 24 feet as required. It's for a new one-story front garage addition. It's in the R10 zoning district on a premises known as 4507 26th Street North.
And the recommendation is to adopt the attached resolution approving the subject use permit with conditions. Any questions of staff? Seeing none, is Mike Kirby present? Or Kilby? He's the applicant's agent. I'm
the builder.
And the applicants aren't here, is that correct?
No, they're not.
Okay. Why don't you push that up a little bit further, too? It's the button. Yeah, thank you. And I can't quite read your writing. Is it Kilby?
It's Mike Kilby.
Kilby?
Yes.
Okay, and you're at 6016 29th Street North, Arlington, Virginia, 22207?
Yes.
Okay, thank you. What do you want to share with us?
As it says, it's a one-story garage in front of the basement of the basement entrance garage, which is there now. And the people would just like to have an opportunity to park a second car. They don't have the width there to add to the side, so they want to be able to park too deep in the garage.
So they're not going to be converting the current garage into livable space, it'll stay a garage?
It's going to remain a garage.
So instead of building a carport out over it, they're asking to just build another garage structure in front?
Yes.
Any questions?
Will it block the existing window above it?
No, it will not.
Okay.
Well, the peak of the roof will rise just above the bottom of the window, but the roof design itself will not touch the house at the back. You can see from side elevations.
Yeah. So is it flat? It looks like it's...
It's a hip
No, it's
roof on
just-
4 sides with
No, that was just the measurement. I thought it was pitched on 4 sides, and then I saw the measurement line, and it makes it look like you'd drawn another line for a minute. I'm like... Okay. There are no more questions, Mr. Kilby. We also have a speaker on this matter. I guess 2. I have a Robert Christie and Kevin Chiskowski, unless they gave me the wrong number. Are they here? Do they want to speak? Okay. Seeing no response, we have no further speakers on this matter. Are we ready for a motion?
I move the Board of Zoning Appeals adopt the attached resolution approving the use permit V-10962-14-UP1, subject to the conditions.
It's been moved by Ms. Freshman, seconded by Mr. Smith. All in favor?
Aye.
The motion carries. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Okay, the next case is V-10963-14-UP-1. This is a use permit request by Bard Malavany and Naomi Harris to permit a setback of 4.2 feet to the eave, 5.7 feet to the wall of a new one-story rear addition from the right side property line instead of 8 feet as required. It's for the construction of a new 1- and 2-story rear addition. This is zoning, R6 zoning district, premises known as 3114 8th Street North.
And the recommendation is to adopt the attached resolution approving the subject use permit with conditions. Any questions of staff? Okay. Okay. Are Bard Malavany or Naomi Harris present? Sorry, I'm sure I butchered the last name.
No, actually did surprisingly well. You did even better.
Thank you. What? Want to proceed? What do you want to tell us? You're happy with the recommendation and you want to tell us anything except that?
No, I'm
Okay.
happy to answer any questions, but
I was
in the
just going to
interest
ask
of
that. Do
everyone's
we have any
time.
questions of the applicant?
I'm sorry, I'm not very good at this tonight. My brain isn't working right. You're going to cover the entire back with that one-story addition, is that right? Because where the one-story addition already is, which is a beautiful sunroom, which I've been in many times, because that's the other house in my neighborhood I used to know the owner before they sold and went to Idaho. Anyway, so the existing one-floor addition is going to stay. You're not tearing that down.
Well, technically, we're tearing it off and rebuilding it, and it's going to extend
Gotcha.
across the
Okay.
majority of the back of the house.
Gotcha. All right. My other question is not about the house, but about the garage, because
God.
that used to be rented out.
Uh-huh.
Uh-huh.
So did the house, as you probably know.
Sorry?
So did the house, as you probably know.
Oh, I know, yeah. But the two-story garage that was rented out was just the oddest thing ever with the exterior staircase to get to it. So, yeah. it's
Circular,
really-
it looks like.
Circular staircase.
Are you trying to get me started?
Sure, what do you want to share? That's all right, we don't have time. But I'm assuming it's not being rented out,
Correct.
but you're probably enjoying it.
Good answer.
Great, thank you. That answered my questions.
I asked the question that usually Mr. Smith asks, that we don't have any signatures from your neighbors?
Oh, I'm sorry. I do have signatures from
Okie dokie.
all of our neighbors.
That's the right answer, too.
Yeah. If you could bring those to us, that would be great. We'd love to have them for the record. That was going to be my question, too.
Given that the neighbors support it, do we entertain a motion?
Give us one moment just to. For the record, there are 6 neighbors from different parts of the neighborhood that are in support of the application, and that will be made part of the record.
Thank
And
you.
yes, at that point, Ms. Freshman, I'm ready for a motion.
Thank you. I move the Board of Zoning Appeals adopt the attached resolution approving use permit V?
Nope.
Is that right? Okay. V-10963-14-UP1, subject to the conditions.
Second.
Moved by Ms. Freshman, seconded by Mr. Russell. All in favor? Aye. Any opposed? Motion carries. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Thank you all for your time.
Next case, Mr. Noxon.
Okay, this is case number V-10964-14-UP-1, and this is a use permit request by William and Lisa Foster to permit a setback of 3.4 feet to the eave and 3.9 feet to the porch base and stairs from the right side property line instead of 8 feet as required, 12 feet to the eave and 13 feet to the wall, the new rear screen porch and deck, and 11.8 feet to the eave and 12.8 feet to the wall of the new one-story addition from the rear property line instead of 25 feet as required, and then also an aggregate side yard of 13.4 feet instead of 18 feet as required. And this is all for the construction of a new right side porch with stairs, a new rear screen porch, a new one-story left side addition. This is in the R6 zoning district on the premises known as 3708 4th Street North.
And the recommendation is to adopt the attached resolution denying the use permit for the right side porch with stairs and the one-story left side addition, but approving a use permit for a rear setback of 14 feet to the porch eave and 15 feet to the wall of the rear screen porch and deck with stairs with conditions. And I got a little bit lost in the setbacks and the requests here, Mr. Noxon. I was trying to make heads or tails of it as I reviewed the case. I was pretty unclear. So could you maybe walk us through?
Certainly. Okay, if you look at the plat, there is a porch on the right side. And you see the areaway with the steps, that's existing. Then there's a porch with stairs on the right side. It's not the most clear drawing on earth, but you can see the front stairs pointing towards 4th Street, and the label that says new open covered side porch. So they're asking for 3.4 feet to the eave, 3.9 feet to the actual base or wall of the structure from the right side property line. Then you have the rear screen porch. That kind of diagonal line is their rear property line, and that has a 25-foot setback. So they're asking 12.5 feet to the eave and then 13 feet to the base of that screen porch. And then you see on the left side, because that rear lot line kind of converges on the left side yard there, that diagonal, that one-story addition, even though it's going out to the left, it encroaches further into the rear setback due to the angle of the lot line. So they're asking for 11.8 to the eave from that rear and 12.8 feet to the wall of that new addition.
Okay. So reviewing again the angle on the back of the property helps me to understand their request. And your recommendation to deny part of it is because?
Just the proximity to the rear lot line. I mean, they're asking for, 11.8 feet. Generally, we recommend 15 feet for an addition like that into a rear yard.
And looking at what appears to be the size of the addition, there's no lot coverage issues in this?
No.
Pretty big space.
They're adding a front porch, which is actually giving them some additional lot coverage bonus.
Mm-hmm.
And that's not part of this application.
Right. So, Mr. Smith, this should be up your alley. It's all porches.
Yeah, it is.
Any additional questions of staff? Seeing none, are William or Lisa Foster present? Okay. Ms. Foster, what do you want to share with us?
So as you can see from our photographs, we have somewhat of a complicated housing situation. My husband William and I purchased our home 11 years ago. And at the time, we purchased it because we liked that it had a very large back deck, had the previous owners already put an addition on the home. In the process of doing that, they removed a freestanding garage, which at the time wasn't an issue. We now have 2 boys that have bikes and hockey equipment and lots of other gear that I have no storage for currently. So in terms of the right side porch that's described in the use permit, the purpose of that is so that we can have an entranceway to what we were hoping to make a mudroom out of our current office. One of the things that we've really tried to do with our architectural plans was to minimize the impact on our home while also maximizing the use of space. And so in terms of the back deck, you can see it's very close to our neighbor's fence. It's about 8 feet. The screen porch we're proposing would only be, we would actually be set back further from where we currently are with the deck. We thought a screen, and I understand that a screen porch is a structure and we need to get approval for that. The purpose why we sought a screen porch is we would actually get more use out of it than we currently do on our deck. And then finally, in terms of the structure on the left side, we presently have a sunroom there. It has a flat roof. I've had to repair it now 2 times on either side because it has a deck on top. And so it leaks, and I haven't been able to get that repaired. What we're replacing it with is a slightly wider structure so that we can use that space for an office. Right now, the sunroom is very narrow, so it's actually, so that right there is where the right, so that's where the right porch would go. That would be the entrance to.
So the sunroom is
on the other
far
side.
right of
Yeah.
that on the picture we're
So this
looking at.
photo right here, that's
Okay.
the current sunroom.
But go back one picture, Mr. Hogan.
So that
it's the, as we're looking at the picture, it's not the big house structure. It's the. Is that what?
So what you're looking at right now is the right side of our house, and you'll notice that we have a window bay that sticks out. We're hoping to replace that with a side porch that would include an entrance, a separate entrance to the side of the house. And you'll notice that there's already another entranceway there. It's actually an areaway down to a basement. So our porch, the design of our plan sought to not encroach any further than what's already there. It would just simply go in front of it.
So you were here for the earlier discussion on the structure with the areaway. So so are you saying where we see the cement wall right now in your areaway is as far as you would encroach?
Right. It wouldn't go any wider than that. I mean, we simply can't. I wouldn't want. I mean, we don't need to. And that's one of the challenges with our lot is because it's an unusual shape. It's very narrow. We have a very narrow side on that right side. So we really tried to design something where we wouldn't be encroaching any further than what's already there.
Any questions?
Madam Chairman?
Mr. Russell?
So the bay we see here, you're taking that out all the way up?
Yes.
So the wall of the house goes back, the porch comes out for 1 story?
Correct.
Thank you.
How wide will that porch be?
It wouldn't be any wider than the current concrete that you see.
Do you know how wide that would be? Is it on the
3.9, I think.
3.9?
Read it.
4'1".
4'1". So we would be 3.9 back from
So it's not really a porch so much as something covered?
Right. It's a covered
An entranceway kind of more than a
almost
porch. I mean,
like
you
a
can't put a chair on it that you do on
No.
a porch or anything. Yeah, exactly.
Right, that's why we're building a front porch to have that, where you could put a chair. But
And
that's,
will the coverage go over the areaway as well?
no. It would be in front of it,
Oh,
or on
and
top of it, right?
Small portion of it would.
So the porch would, the way you're talking about will be in front of where the current areaway is,
Correct.
where the existing.
Right, where the bush is.
Yeah, no, I've just seen, oftentimes we'll have the request to put a covering over the areaways because of weather and elements and. But
And Madam Chair, if I might, there will be it looks like from the drawing, 4 steps up to the side porch.
Correct.
And then to go into the mudroom.
Correct. So currently, that corner space is a home office. And what we're trying to do is so that I'm not storing my kids' hockey gear and bicycles in our main living room, we can now use that space to the right as a mudroom and a separate entrance that will allow us to use that for kind of the day-to-day family use, and then allowing for the formal living room to be a formal living room.
Madam Chair, are you taking out that
The powder room in the house? No.
It's next to the mudroom?
Right. That's currently there. That's currently in the
tile. The crosshatch made me think of that it was being eliminated.
Yeah, so we're essentially trying to work with the existing addition that the previous owners had put on and retooling that space so that it suits our family's needs and storage needs.
Okay. Any additional questions? Thank you very much.
Oh, sure. So one other thing my husband just reminded me is we were able to secure signatures from our neighbors.
Oh, great. That was going to be our last question. As you heard from the last person, we always look down at our notes, and if there's 0 letters, I always say, do we have any letters?
And our neighbor who lives on our left side, where the sunroom currently is, actually wrote his own separate letter in support of our proposal.
Wonderful. If you could provide that to Mr. Russell.
Thank you.
And so, Mr. Knox, and just for clarification, the staff recommendation, again, is because of the distance, the closeness of the setback.
That's correct.
If we did go along with the staff recommendation to deny that part of it, what would that do to your plan?
It would be problematic in that I couldn't use that office as a mudroom because I would still have to go through my front door, through my dining room, through my kitchen, down the hall to get to the mudroom because there wouldn't be a separate entrance to gain access directly to that space. So.
And I think you had your architect here as well, is that correct? Yes. Why don't we hear from her before we vote? Sarah Riddle?
Riddle Moser, yes.
Riddle Moser. I couldn't see the M. It looked like a V, and I couldn't tell. So Riddle Moser, AIA, and you're with Moser Architects. And where is that located?
Arlington.
Arlington, Virginia. Thank you. So if you could speak, I think, especially to the question that Ms. Craven just raised in terms of what would be the impact if we went with the staff recommendation?
Well, I think that was a lot of the design intent was to make sure we kept the porch as tight as we could to, maintain as much side setback as possible, but being able to give the owner a way into the house that, alleviated all the things the kids bring in the front door. And as the owner mentioned, I think it was sort of exacerbated by the addition that was added, which had a previous garage and had more access on that side. So our intention was to, try and do something as minimal as possible to get them what they need. My only other question and comment, I guess, is about the shape of the lot in general. I feel that, it's not triangular, but it has some triangular features, especially on that left side. So the left side addition, we submitted the application, wondering what the criteria is where rear setback and side setback start to merge. The existing side addition on that left side is centered nicely on the existing house, and my design intention was to keep it in scale with the old house, have it look original, but just widen it enough to give them some more space. So that's a sort of a question for the staff and a question for the board is just, where does sort of rear setback and side setback merge as to where that corner point goes?
Existing structure is not existing structure isn't compliant with current.
Right, it all sort of encroaches anyway, including the back of the existing house.
Right. Knoxon, did you want to respond, or you think it's?
That is true. At that corner, the home is, 14 feet into the setback or more. One thing that I was wondering if this was considered before, during the design process, is it possible to move the addition forward towards the street more as opposed to straight, out left, just move it forward more?
I think the intention with the application was to come to you because it has two access points from that living room adjacent to it. So what's nice about it from a design standpoint is it becomes part of the house and part of that living space. We are able to move it forward, but I think the way
it's designed now, the new structure would be symmetrical on either side with the house. Whereas if you shift it forward, then it's no longer symmetrical with the brick part of the home. So symmetry will not. It'll be compliant, but it won't symmetrically. It won't look very pretty. So, like I said, the current structure isn't compliant. Current sunroom. So we were limited in what we could do from the beginning.
And I think another important point that was brought up is the condition of the existing structure. A lot of the reason why this came into play was because of roof leaks and just the age of the structure that's there. So improving it and having it become insulated space that's much more comfortable was sort of the intention as well.
And the owner who lives closest to that sunroom wrote his own separate letter in support.
Well, and I would note that the owner is also aware, and it's not a circumstance where they can say, oh yeah, we don't have a problem, and they didn't understand how close it was going to be. And that was my point of the questions of where it would be in relation to the areaway that already exists. They know how close that is because the expansion won't go any further than what they're already aware of and what they deal with already with regard to your property. So I guess that my point on that is a little more informed letter than sometimes we get with people who can say yes, but then when it's built go, oh my gosh, it's too close.
Yeah, no, from the very beginning, we knew we were very limited in what we could do. We were frankly reluctant to even go forward with a renovation because of that. But we like our neighborhood, and my kids have been in this house their whole lives, and so we thought we wanted to try to move forward with something that would retain our 1936 colonial with some modifications that would help us live a little bit more efficiently than we do now. And
do you recall when the other addition was put on the house?
It was in roughly 2000.
Okay.
The Logu family.
Thank you. I think we're okay. If you want to take a seat, we'll finish our deliberations and/or we're ready for a vote.
If you're ready for a motion, I move that the Board of Zoning Appeals adopt the attached alternative resolution approval as advertised for use permit V-10964-14-UP-1, subject to the conditions in the resolution.
Been moved by Ms. Craven, seconded by Mr. Smith. All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Hearing none, motion carries. Thank you very much.
And the next case tonight is V-10965-14-UP-1. And this is a use permit request by Michael and Julia Torrey to permit a setback of 1.1 feet to the eave and 1.6 feet to the wall of a new detached garage from the rear property line instead of 10 feet as required. And also 22.9 feet to the garage from the Franklin Road right-of-way instead of 25 feet as required. It's for the construction of a new one-story detached garage in a rear yard. It's in the R6 zoning district on a premises known as 1514 North Fillmore Street.
And the recommendation is to adopt the attached resolution approving the subject use permit with conditions. Oh. Any questions of staff? The report was very helpful. Seeing none, are Michael and/or Julia Torrey present? Okay. And you have your agent, that's Matt Roberts,
Yes, ma'am.
2300 Wilson Boulevard, okay, I'm getting tired, 7th floor, Arlington, Virginia, 22201.
Yes, ma'am. Good evening, Madam Chairman and members of the board. My name is Matt Roberts with the law firm of Bean, Kinney & Corman, and I'm here tonight on behalf of the applicants, Michael and Julia Torrey, who are here tonight as well. I do want to thank staff for their input in this application as well as their support for our application. We always do appreciate that. As staff stated, we are here tonight requesting a use permit to permit a rear yard setback of 1.1 feet to the eave of a new proposed garage, as well as 22.9 feet from Franklin Road to the wall of the garage. At the outset, I'd like to note two important things in my mind about this application. First, unlike some other cases, we are not here tonight doing first and asking for forgiveness later. We're here to get our ducks in a row so that we can build this structure. The second thing is I'd also, to Mr. Smith's inevitable question, I'd like to point you to the 17 letters of support we have from our neighbors in Lyon Village. It's a pretty significant number of people in support of this application, we feel. As we noted in our application, the garage is going to replace one that the Tories tore down in 2011. What was important about that garage in light of this application is that a portion of the prior garage was actually situated on part of the rear lot line, affecting the Fillmore Street neighbors. In this request, what we have done is moved it off of that lot line and closer to Franklin Road, where we have access to the garage from an existing driveway. In addition to that fact, what we were able to do as we moved closer to Franklin Road was frankly move the structure slightly away from the neighboring lot line to a little over 2 feet. So it's 1.1 foot to the eave at the closest, but it does move slightly away as we get closer to Franklin Road. There are some important features about this lot you ought to be aware of as to why we put it here, and frankly making it the only good location among a bunch of bad options. First, again, as we noted earlier and as staff noted, there was a substantially similar garage in this location up until 2011. So we are basically reorienting this garage with its historical context in the neighborhood. Second, the house that was built here in 1935 is set back a significant distance from the Franklin Road and Fillmore Street intersection. What that does here is it constrains the depth of our rear lot and forces us to basically violate some setback in order to place the garage back on the property. But as we considered where to put it on the property, we did not want to orient the garage within the Franklin Road side yard because there is an existing deodar cedar there that is 40 years old, 50 feet tall. It's quite a significant tree that the Tories have been maintaining for the neighborhood. And last but not least, Ms. Freshman actually pointed out that with corner lots, you end up with some very odd problems from time to time, and one of them here is actually a problem of definition that the Tories face. When you're on a corner lot, the way that you define a rear and a side lot line is basically based on the distance from the front lot line. We had, and it was in the packet we submitted, what you'll find is that the abutting neighbor's lot line in this circumstance became our rear lot line based on the simple fact that the distance from Fillmore Street to their lot lines is only 3.3 feet longer than the distance from Fillmore Street to Franklin Road. Now, the consequence for the Tories in this case is that, per the zoning ordinance, when those lot lines became the rear lot, we're required to set back the structure 10 feet as opposed to 1 foot. So we feel that the use permit is really placing it back in its historical position on the lot, at the same time, kind of dealing with this odd circumstance of definition that we run into from time to time with corner lots. And last but not least, we do feel that the application is compatible with the neighborhood, does not conflict with the plans for Lyon Village. The architecture is quite in keeping with the neighborhood and, in fact, replaces a structure that was at the end of its useful existence. If you look at the packet we submitted, you'll find a picture of that garage. In addition, as staff pointed out, there are at least 5 other garages with similar distances to the road or the rear yard that are already existing in this neighborhood. But it's, again, important to remember that the historical location of this garage is quite similar to where we're proposing to put it now. And again, as Mr. Smith would ask, and I'm sure I would get this question anyway, we do have the support of 17 of our neighbors as to putting it in this position, as well as the support of the neighbor most immediately affected by this request, which is at 2915 Franklin Road. With that, we're happy to answer any questions, and thank you very much for your time.
And I guess the only question as we look at the drawings, it's not just a garage, it's also got an addition. It's not just for the parking of the car, is that correct?
That's right. It is a garage and a tool shed. I mean, it's part of the same structure. You'll see that there's no dividing wall between the two. But, for purposes of the zoning ordinance and what we're here tonight, we need the distance to that eave of the total structure.
And the setback is for the tool shed part of the garage?
That would be the part closest to the rear lot line. As I mentioned before, though, it does begin to distance itself from that particular lot line as we get closer to Franklin Road. We were able to accomplish that by moving it closer to the road.
Is it by moving it closer to the road, or is it also because it's a smaller portion of the smaller structure?
No, because of what happened when we initially submitted this application, we submitted it at the 25-foot setback. What we found, though, when we submitted at that point, we were only able to get it 1 foot from the lot line in total along the whole length of the structure. What we found, though, is because of the orientation of existing structures on the lot and the way in which those lot lines kind of curve away as you move towards Franklin Road, we were able to get a slightly greater distance as we got closer to Franklin Road.
Okay. Thank you. I think, any further questions? If not, I think the chair's ready for a motion.
I move the Board of Zoning Appeals adopt the attached resolution granting use permit V-10965-14-UP1, subject to conditions listed in the resolution.
Second.
Moved by Ms. Freshman, seconded by Mr. Russell. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? Motion carries. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much.
Next case is V-10966-14-UP-1. This is also a use permit request by Derek and Stacy Wood to permit a setback of 11.2 feet to the eave and 12.5 feet to the porch base from the North Longfellow Street and 14th Street North rights-of-way, and 24.9 feet to the two-story addition from the North Longfellow Street right-of-way instead of 25 feet is required. It's for the construction of a new wraparound front porch and a new two-story left side addition. This is in the R6 zoning district on a premises known as 1448 North Longfellow Street.
And the recommendation is to adopt the attached resolution denying the 11.2-foot and 12.5-foot setbacks to the new wraparound front porch, but approving a use permit for a setback of 14 feet to the eave and 15 feet to the porch base from the North Longfellow Street and 14th Street North rights-of-way instead of 25 feet as required, and a setback of 24.9 feet to the two-story addition from the North Longfellow Street right-of-way instead of 25 feet as required. Again, an alternative resolution has been provided should the BZA wish to grant the use permit as advertised. Questions of staff?
Madam Chairman,
Mr. Russell.
just for the record, am I to understand that if we go with the staff recommendation, forget the setbacks by zoning ordinance, but the staff recommendation versus the request is a little triangle on the corner? Otherwise, you're recommending, of the porch, you're recommending 15 feet, which is the distance that the porch is set back from the two streets, everywhere else except right on the corner.
That's right.
Thank you.
And just for clarification, Mr. Noxon, is the portion of the building that we see all done by right and therefore not the subject of this request?
That's correct. Actually, the addition, they're showing it at 24.9 feet on the plat, but if you look at the architectural plans, there is about a 1 to 2 inch setback to that wall. So really, what they did is they came in and got approval for the addition at 25 feet, but we have advertised it. at 24.9 just because of what their plat was showing. So really, they've got a building permit at 25 feet right now.
So we're looking for just a few inches.
Right.
And that part's not been built yet, in any event.
The porch hasn't, correct.
Yeah. Wow. Okay, no further questions of staff. Are Derek and/or Stacy Wood present?
I'm acting as their agent. I'm the architect.
Okay, did we get a?
Yes, Richard Martin.
Okay, yes, Mr. Martin, I have you. Your speaker slip, you're at 437 North Nelson Street, Arlington, Virginia, 22203, is that correct?
That's correct, yeah.
So, any response?
We can work with the clipping off the corner. Stacy's here, and I've been going over ideas for how we could accommodate that. So we are okay with the staff's recommendation for what they want to do. I'll either sort of syncopate it or we'll make it curved. It kind of loses there's this long thrust going either way, but it's not that big a deal. Come up with something
It
else.
won't have any structural effect on the design that you've created?
I don't think so. I mean, if you look at the design, around that corner, those are, long, strong horizontals and going both directions. And that's kind of the point of the thing.
Yeah.
But it does get rather close to the street. Now, if the corner was sharper, this wouldn't be a problem, but the streets kind of sweep, and it brings the road closer to the house than a more rectilinear intersection would have, and in which case it wouldn't be a problem. Yeah, as you can see, there's this big sweeping curve, and so it pulls the road to the point. Otherwise, it's quite a ways back.
Okay.
Madam Chair?
Mr. Smith?
I mean, it looks like you have a pier right there on the corner, though.
Yeah, well, what I was thinking is that the corner piece, we'll just step it back. So instead of having a porch that sweeps around the front and the sides, we'll have two separate gathering areas. And the piece right on the corner can move back enough to miss, and it'll just be a passageway between these two. So we lose out on the corner. There's certain drama to sitting right on the corner where it sticks out.
You have a notch. The notch is what you would do.
Yeah,
No, because he wants to still have a passageway, so they're joined.
Right, well, I'm not saying it would be totally in, but it just, they're.
Yeah, well, so the front wall facing 14th Street would move, say, 2 foot back. The front wall, the side wall facing Longfellow Street would also move 2 foot back. So instead of this line that just comes along, turns the corner and goes back, at the edge of the house, the whole thing will jump back a bit, so the roofs will, drop and such. And we can get around the setback, and it'll still be interesting. It'll maybe more so. Yeah.
When you say move back for 2 feet, that means you'll make the porch 2 feet shorter too? I worry when you start talking about reducing porches, even by those 2 feet, having a porch that doesn't have hardly enough room to put a chair in it.
Well, that's the point. We could get 4 feet by right. So we're here to get 8, so you can actually have a sitting area. That's how the whole thing got started. The building permit has a porch on the front of it that's only 4.5 feet deep, which, and it's not a porch, it's a walkway.
Right.
And we'd like to have a porch. And I guess if we could, we'd just assume have the whole thing the way I drew it. But I can work it out such that it'll still be nice, and it'll accommodate the staff's problems with it, too.
Okay. I think if the applicant would also like to speak to what her preference is, I think it's one one thing to have the architect speak, but I'd like to actually hear what your preferences are and your thinking about this. I know.
Sure, thank you very much. Well, right now we're kind of a colonial style architecture, and we're looking to go to more of a craftsman. And we've taken a lot of, design intentions and opportunities to kind of achieve that. And part of that, with an arts and crafts style, is like Rick was saying, the broad street, sweeps and angles and so forth. So I guess I got aesthetically used to what was drawn here, and I would desire that. However, if that is problematic, I do defer to his brilliance, and I'm sure that we can come up with something equally beautiful. But I do prefer what's here in the drawing.
Can I say something?
Ms. Craven. Ms. Freshman, sorry.
Thank you. I think when you look at the plat and you see that the rectangular porch, which I like the width of, it does encroach in the yard in a way that is, to me, is a little jarring. And I think that if the porch actually followed the street line and conformed to the setbacks, though it would be narrower at that point, it would still be usable space, and it would open to two broader porches on the two streets, which I think could be quite nice and nicely landscaped, and it would also give you some uniformity in your yard as well, rather than having the points stick out. So I think it could be quite nice, and still is a lot of usable porch space.
Additional thoughts from the staff? From the board, sorry.
Madam Chairman.
Mr. Russell.
I actually really like the design as proposed. I asked Mr. Noxon about the corner. It's just the corner. It's probably not a whole lot more than the pier of the column that's encroaching into what is recommended by staff to be approved on the other two lengths. And I like the craftsman style and wonder about, I have a wraparound porch, and width is a real issue. Mine's probably this wide, and the only real place to put a table and chairs is in the corner and not in the length. When you put it in the length, then you have to sit there a certain way and so forth, because you do get a lot of use. That's your room there, 9 by 9 by 9. So I don't really have a problem with this. Also, this appears to be the old Arlington standard of the 50-foot section of street, and this wide sweeping corner is something that may not be designed in our streets today. So I see that a little bit as a hardship. And I'm curious, I don't need an answer to this, but I wonder if the lot line is behind the sidewalk or all the way to the curb. It varies all over the county as to where the lot line is. So obviously you're walking by, you're going to be close to the porch, but if you're measuring from the corner or from the curb, it's another probably 3-4 feet to the pavement from the edge of this house. Those are just my thoughts.
Madam Chair.
Mr. Smith.
I agree with Mr. Russell, and I too like craftsman style, and would find any effort to change the balance that craftsman requires would be a real problem. This design is a wonderful design, and the amount of encroachment in that corner of what's between what staff suggests and what you're asking for is really minimal. I'd be supportive of what the applicant asked for.
Ms. Craven? Okay, motion?
Well, I'll try it, Madam Chair. I'd move that the Board of Zoning Appeals, in reference to case V-10966-14-UP1, adopt the alternative resolution, which is seeking to approve the request as advertised with the conditions that are described in the alternative resolution.
Second.
Been moved by Mr. Smith, seconded by Mr. Russell. All in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Looks motion carries 5-0.
The next case tonight is V-10967-14-UP-1, and this is a use permit request by James and Marcia Tesson to permit a setback of 22.1 feet to the one-story cantilevered bay from the rear property line instead of 25 feet is required, and also 24.9 feet to the one-story front addition from the 37th Street North right-of-way instead of 25 feet is required. It's for the construction of a new rear one-story cantilever and bay addition and a new one-story front addition. It's in the R10 zoning district on a premises known as 4806 37th Street North.
And the recommendation is to adopt the attached resolution approving the subject use permit with conditions. Any questions? Seeing no questions of staff, I believe we have a speaker, a representative, Sean Nazim. I did it wrong this time, sir.
That's all right.
I've been doing pretty well.
Nazemian.
Nazemian.
Yeah. Thank you for board, and I appreciate for you guys to take your time to hear this case.
One sec. Let me get your address on the record, 8630 Lee Highway, Fairfax, Virginia.
Yes, correct. Mr. and Mrs. Thiessen has been living in this property for a while. We actually have, as Mr. Smith will ask, recommendations and letters from the neighbors.
Thank you.
Thanks.
What basically they're asking for, we're building an addition to the rear of the property and a front porch, front addition. And the new addition is proposed as encroaching about 2.9 foot to the back of the property setbacks and about 3 inches to the front property setbacks. I'm graciously asked the board to approve this use permit as requested, as Mr. and Mrs. Thiessen required to have this addition for their lifestyle.
We have multiple copies. Yep. Just make sure. Same.
He mentioned that too. Ambassador to where, Scotland or something, as soon as I came up, wherever.
Okay. Any questions? Another cul-de-sac, odd-shaped lot.
Well, the request to me seems very minimal, and I'm ready to make a motion if you're ready to get one. I move the Board of Zoning Appeals adopt the attached resolution approving use permit V-10967-14-UP-1, subject to the conditions of the report.
Second.
Been moved by Ms. Craven, seconded by Mr. Smith. All in favor?
Aye.
Been approved. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Mr. Knox, in our next case.
The next case is V-10968-14-VA-1, and this is a variance request by Marissa and Kyle Boynton to permit structural alterations to a non-conforming dwelling as well as a rear sunroom. It's in the R5 zoning district on the premises known as 734 20th Street South.
And the request is to adopt the attached resolution approving the subject variance with conditions. Any questions of staff?
I just want to make an observation. I think more than once I've seen that a building permit was issued and then seen to be an error and then corrected. So I hope that doesn't reflect a trend.
Is that this one? I thought that was the next one.
And Madam Chair, that's 2013, not 2014. Correct? In terms of the issuance of the permit, December 2nd, 2014. It says it should be 13. Yeah.
Is that correct, Mr. Knoxon?
It should be 2014.
But then the dates?
Well, December 17th hasn't occurred, nor has the 14th.
Oh, you're right. I don't think that was supposed to be December.
Or then, or another month.
I think it was November.
October.
It was much more recently. Double check. I think that's November.
They applied in November, so it would have had to be before November, if the days are right. No, so I'm saying then, if you assume that the day are correct, then the 17th, which is one of the dates listed, it couldn't be November either. It has to be October.
Oh.
Maybe we can ask the owners, they may recall.
Check what it was.
They got it notarized early, but this date is the best day. That's the day that.
Okay, are Marissa or Kyle Boynton present and/or?
Yes, ma'am.
Boynton.
Kyle Boynton.
Okay, can you tell us when you applied for the permit?
I can. It was September of 2014.
Okay, that makes, we will amend the packet to properly reflect that. So would it have been the 2nd and then the 10th, no, the 2nd and the 17th? Would those dates sound correct?
I believe that's correct, yes.
So, Mr. Knoxon will make those changes to the package. What else can you tell us about your request, if anything?
So the request doesn't involve any change to the footprint of the house. The house is non-conforming by its nature. It was built in 1924 prior to the enactment of the code that's at issue here. So we're just working on internal renovations to the house. Part of those internal renovations do involve replacing the back wall, but not extending it out in any way. The back part of the house there was a sunroom. We obtained the permit initially in September. Demolition began immediately. When our general contractor went back to revise the permit, that's when they were advised, after demolition had already been completed on the back of the residence, that the property was non-conforming. So we regret having to seal up the back of the house, but had we waited until December to seal up the back after demolition had started, I think there would have been significantly more complications with the house. So we're not adding an inch to any side, not adding a millimeter to any side. The house is staying as is. We're just taking down some internal walls, open up the floor plan a little bit, and we hope you'll allow us to do that.
Okay. Any questions? Seeing none, I think if you have a seat, we're probably ready for a motion.
Madam Chair?
Mr. Smith.
In regard to V-10968-14-VA1, I move that the Board of Zoning Appeals adopt the attached resolution granting the subject variance request.
Second.
Conditions described in the resolution.
Then moved by Mr. Smith, seconded by Mr. Russell. All in favor? Aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carries 5-0. And now we have the accompanying use permit.
I have the associated use permit for the setbacks. This is V-10968-14-UP-1. This is a use permit request by Marissa and Kyle Boynton to permit a setback of 7.2 feet to the main building and rear sunroom from the right side property line instead of 8 feet as required. Also 23.1 feet from the 20th Street South right-of-way instead of 25 feet as required. It's for structural alterations to a non-conforming dwelling and a rear sunroom. It's in the R5 zoning district on a premises known as 734 20th Street South.
Any questions of staff? Okay, Mr. Boynton? I do have one question. So when we talk about the rear sunroom, you're not adding a sunroom beyond the previous sunroom that existed, is that correct?
That's correct. We're just removing an interior wall that separated the sunroom from the rest of the residence. And because the initial walls of the sunroom, I think, were improperly insulated, they wouldn't conform with modern code. And so that's why those walls, the exterior walls of the sunroom, are being redone so that insulation can be incorporated to conform with modern building standards.
And structurally, how does the back of the wall, the back of the house look now? I mean, was it always just the windows that called it a sunroom? I often think of sunroom as being either more windows everywhere or more of a screened-in porch. Did you make structural alterations to that back wall?
We didn't. It's the same number of windows and the same door that were present when we purchased the house approximately a year ago.
Okay, thank you.
You're welcome.
Anybody else have any questions?
Madam Chair, I just would presume that the applicant had submitted when the initial, when this case initially came, I guess we didn't have any previous action, so I don't see any indication of outreach to the neighborhood.
Yeah,
Maybe you could describe what efforts you made to talk to the folk next door.
Yeah.
Oh, our neighbors. I spoke with my wife about that today. Neither she nor I were familiar with this process, and so we did not go to our neighbors. We have good relationships with our neighbors on all sides. We've been in the residence for a few months out of the past year. Although we purchased it in December 2013, I was living in Texas at the time. We did not move into the house until April of 2014, and we're only there until September when the back wall was demoed. But we did get to know our neighbors during that time. I apologize for not having signatures from them. But again, I want to stress that we're not adding anything to the footprint.
And you say you got to know them. That means you've spoken with them and they see the construction going on.
Yes, they're familiar with the construction taking place, yes.
And nobody said don't do that?
No, we've had no issues with it.
I think I appreciate, of course, neighbor input, but I think given the nature of the application where there's absolutely no change or bump out or add on or go up or anything, I could see where that probably wouldn't be of concern to the neighbors. I'm prepared to make a motion.
Thank you, Ms. Freshman.
I move the Board of Zoning Appeals adopt the attached resolution approving use permit V-10968-14-UP1, subject to the conditions.
Second.
Moved by Ms. Freshman, seconded by Mr. Russell. All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed?
Thank you.
None. Good luck. Glad you enclosed it. With all that rain that happened the last couple of weeks, it would not have been pretty.
Okay, the next case is V-10969-14-UP-1. This is a use permit request by Maria Teresa de Saba to permit a setback of 8.9 feet to the left side porch, 11.9 feet to the eave of the 1 1/2 story addition, which is going to be built above the existing main building footprint, and 11.9 feet to the eave, 12.9 feet to the 2-story rear addition, and 13.4 feet to the eave, and 14.4 feet to the front porch space from the South Joyce Street right-of-way. Instead of 25 feet is required, 4.7 feet to the eave and 5.7 feet to the 2.5-story rear addition and 1 1/2 story addition above the existing home, and 7.2 feet to the front porch from the right side property line. Instead of 8 feet is required. So a new 2.5-story rear addition, a 1 1/2 story addition above the existing main building footprint, a new left side porch, and a new front porch. This is in the R5 zoning district, premises known as 937 17th Street South.
And the recommendation is to adopt the attached resolution denying the 8.9-foot setback to the left side porch, the 11.9-foot setback to the eave, and the 12.9-foot setback to the wall of the 2-story rear addition, and the 13.4-foot setback to the eave and the 14.4-foot setback to the front porch base from the South Joyce Street right-of-way, but approving a setback of 11.9 feet to the eave of the 1 1/2-story addition above the existing main building footprint, and 14 feet to the eave and 15 feet to the wall of the 2-story rear addition, and 14 feet to the eave and 15 feet to the front porch base from the South Joyce Street right-of-way, instead of 25 feet is required, and 4.7 feet to the eave and 5.7 feet to the 2-story rear addition and 1 1/2-story addition above the existing home, and 7.2 feet to the front porch from the right side property line instead of 8 feet is required. And an alternative resolution has been provided should the BZA wish to grant the use permit as advertised. This is another one where I had to go through and see where the staff was making where you were making different recommendations, because you're approving part and denying part. Could you maybe summarize that for us, Mr. Doxson?
Certainly. What we're asking is to allow the 1 1/2 story addition above the existing first floor and an eave, with that eave to be located 11.9 feet from the street right-of-way, which is, we have consistently recommended approval for those situations in this neighborhood where it's just above the existing main building footprint. But for the addition, we wish to have it pushed back to 15 feet to the wall, 14 feet to the eave. And then the front porch, same thing, have the front porch pushed back to meet that as well. And then the left side porch along South Joyce Street, we've recommended that for denial, just for the sheer proximity of it at 8.9 feet from the street right-of-way.
And just for clarification, because we're talking these corner lots and fronts and rears, what we see is the front of the house. Is that the front of the house in this one or not?
This one actually is correct. The front of the house faces 17th Street South on this one.
Thank you. Any additional questions of staff? Seeing none, I believe we have an agent for Ms. De Saba. Is Tony Saba present? Oh, I guess Ms. De Saba is also present.
Yeah, we're both here, my mom and I.
And Mr. Saba, you are at 937 17th Street South, Arlington, Virginia?
Actually, I thought I had to put my mom's address. I'm
No.
actually at 839 20th Street South.
839 what?
20th Street South.
Great.
Arlington, Virginia.
Okay, thank you.
Well, basically, I think we've worked a little bit with staff, and we did follow a few of the recommendations that they made. At first, we wanted the garage to be closer to the property line because we thought maybe with the garage there, we'd have a little bit more of a backyard since we're having such a big addition, you know. But they recommended that we move it and be on track with what it's supposed to be, so we took that recommendation. We worked with a previous designer before, and we didn't like any of the, we've been working on this for about a year before we even got to here. So the previous designer didn't really design anything that kind of was appealing to us to meet the neighborhood look. And so we basically decided to do just the classic look, which is just going back and having the eaves and having the dormers. And by doing that, we just followed the exact same footprint of the house. And by doing that, we kind of like remain the same look as many of the houses in the neighborhood have done the same thing. And then we don't have to, what's the word I'm looking for? We don't have to, it doesn't have to look like it's an addition. It'll just look like it's been a house and it's been there for a long time. Basically, that's it. And also, because there are houses in the neighborhood that are, closer to even closer to us. Here's one. I don't know if you want to look at these ones that we have, but here's one on 918th Street South, where the house is so close to the sidewalk. I don't even know where the property line is. I'm assuming the property line is even if it's at the fence of the neighbor, it's still closer it would still be closer to the sidewalk. But when I measured from the wall to the edge of the sidewalk, it was 12 feet. And from the last step of the landing, it was only 7 feet. And this is only 3 blocks from my mom's house. And then there was another house. Apparently, it was already a footprint or something, but it was a brand-new house. I saw it being built because I live half a block from where they do. And this house is only 10 and a half feet from the sidewalk to the side of the house, I guess is what you call it. So, I mean, there are other houses that are like that. It's not like we're asking something extraordinary or unique. That's about it. I mean, we do appreciate that the 15 feet is something that staff has to say because and we do understand that's some of the things that we looked into things and we looked into different designs, and we just felt that this would just make it so much more cleaner and simpler.
And I guess as I look at the house, it looks like it, well, what about the possibility of pulling in the second floor so it's not encroaching into the setback as much, which is the staff recommendation?
Just the second floor or the whole?
That's the staff's recommendation, isn't it, Mr. Knoxon?
Actually, above the existing footprint right there, we recommend them keeping it in line with the wall, and just because all they would need is the eave. They don't need the actual second story approved. They can do that by right.
Okay. So what part did you want to put them?
The
Oh, in
addition.
the back part of it.
The 2-story addition, or 2.5-story addition. in the back.
That pushed in because they're not following the line. So can you speak to that?
Well, yeah, that's what I said. It's just, we want it to be clean, and we want it to just have clean lines. And one of the other things, too, is that since we're doing this house for a forever house, we have to put a lot of things on the first floor that normally don't go into a house. We had to put a laundry, we had to put a master bedroom, we had to put everything to be on the first floor, and that basically dictated the design of the second floor. So that was another thing that the previous designer wasn't really working well with us until we met with this new one, and he kind of like really showed us how it can be done, and it was done, and we liked what he did. You never know what you're going to need, and if it's a forever house, what you're going to need 10, 20 years from now. And we're hoping that Maria Teresa will be in the neighborhood for the next 30 years. She's been living here 30 years, another 30 years, in the same house.
But it looks like the new part of the house that's going to go off the back is what you currently have as a proposed living room, dining room, kitchen.
Yeah.
So there is a possibility that you could bring all of that in terms of setback.
Oh, yes, we looked at that, and there is a possibility, but like I said, we just wanted to keep it all just one line. That's basically the main reason why we wanted to keep it that way.
Yeah.
Madam Chairman, I have a question.
Mr.
There appears to be an entrance to a basement level. Is there a basement
Yeah, there's a basement.
over the entire, under the addition and under
No,
the
no,
main
no,
house?
just under the existing.
I see.
We're not going to do a basement on the addition.
And what is the purpose of the side door that the staff is recommending against?
Well, that side door's always been there.
Oh.
I used it when I was a kid. My nieces and nephew use it all the time, and they put their boots right there. And it's just something that's been there all since the house was built.
Missed that it was existing.
Yeah.
Thank you.
I think because of the stairs or something, they just need to be moved, I think about a foot or something. I'm not quite sure. I think it's about a foot. Yeah.
You have your builder here?
Yes.
I was just asking if we needed any questions from you. I think we're good.
Madam Chair, I guess I do have one, and
Okay, actually, so if
in
you
looking
could-
at the plans, there is a box underneath the date line and the file line that says, "These plans are for conceptual use only to facilitate a meaningful discussion between Cook Brothers and the homeowners. These plans are not scaled. All dimensions shown are subject to field verification and may change slightly as necessary due to existing conditions. These plans are not meant to be an exact rendition of the finished product." And
That's actually, quite honestly, I mean, that's just stock text that we put on there. Very rarely for something this size would we print it at 1/16 inch scale for a homeowner. We usually will blow it up so they could see details a little bit. So the drawings that you're looking at that are labeled to scale are actually to scale, and they won't. We understand. I mean, we've been doing business here in Arlington for 27 years, and we understand we're not like some of these other, the trend that was mentioned about doing something and getting permission afterwards. We understand that once it's approved, and that's what we need to build by. So,
Actually, I didn't get your slip, but so please say your name and
I'm sorry.
address for the record, and then I'll need it.
Yeah, I'll fill that out for you. My name is Stephen Tinter. I'm with Cook Brothers. My home address is 5629 7th Street North. My office is 5521 Lee Highway.
Thank you.
And Madam Chair, I'd point out that the first numbered condition does say that the structure addition shall be constructed in accordance with the footprint shown on the survey and the architectural drawings attached to the staff report. And that no enlargement, et cetera, may be made in any dimension shown on the plat or architectural drawings. And they have the placement of windows and the like. So, when I see these, that's what I expect to be built if a request is granted.
Absolutely.
Can you speak to what the design would look like if you followed the staff's recommendation in terms of the impact of the interior spaces, what I'm particularly interested in?
Sure, and we did, like I said, we were the second designer brought in on the project. They were having trouble with the first designer. So the design as it's presented is primarily was what was brought to us. They came up with some things that really were not very attractive for their bumping. When we first met, we understood that the recommendation of the zoning office is typically the 15-foot is what they like to see. And we did look at some things. I mean, there is a lot of square footage that you're dealing with here, so it's not like I think the Fosters that were here that had a 4-foot that you couldn't take the 6 inches. So we did come up with some different ideas for that. And the only thing that I think that I don't necessarily agree with the staff's recommendation would be on the eliminating the side porch. And the only reason being is because it's there now. There's a structure that exists. We basically, we tried to reconfigure the stairs to give them a little more space. We had to move that, basically what was there, we moved it to the side. If the staff recommendation is adopted, it's a possibility we can work around that side entrance and leave it by right, I would imagine. The only problem with that is you have a picture of it up there. It's not the prettiest thing. So, even if we left it exactly where it is, we would probably want to change the roof line a little bit to make it a little bit more consistent with the house.
Except the one we're looking at right now is the front porch.
Now, if you have another picture of the side there, that structure,
okay, that one.
basically we're getting rid of that chimney, and the door is moving to where the back of the chimney is right now, just to give us a little more, because the stairs right now are very steep. So we're rebuilding them a little bit to make them a little more friendly, which requires that door move back by a little bit. So basically, you can't see it with the fence. There's already a landing and stairs down on that side. We would just be building it rearward a little bit and changing the roof line so it's not just that kind of plywood shed roof structure. It would be a little more consistent with the architecture.
Any additional questions? Okay, thank you very much.
Thank you for your consideration.
Thoughts from the board?
Well, Madam Chair, I think I would like to hear from Steve again, from Cook Brothers, on how does maintaining the same side yard, that line, as I think Mr. DeSaba kept referring to it, how does that benefit your the construction of an addition? Or does it?
It really, in terms of building methods, it doesn't. It was really mostly an aesthetic consideration. When we first were retained on the project, the only reason that we didn't advise them originally against moving into the 15-foot, quite honestly, was because of the other properties in the neighborhood. I know that I've been in on hearings where you've been amenable to allowing somebody to continue the plane of a non-conforming structure, and like I said, there are other properties that are in the that are corner lots in that neighborhood, all within probably 6 or 8 blocks, that are at the same setback or closer than what they were asking. So I didn't think that it was all that unreasonable to meld that, the request that they were making with the aesthetic considerations that they were trying to achieve. Like I said, we've spoken a little bit, and I think that it is, if it's a question of doing the project versus not getting permission, we can work around the 15-foot setback if that really is a sticking point. Like I said, the only problem that we had would be to request that the side porch be allowed in there as well.
And I guess for me, the question is whether it impacts in any way the dormers, because that would be
It does. We actually have some renderings that we'd just been doing some kind of sketches. We wouldn't be able to have those 3 symmetric dormers. The center dormer sits right at the junction between the old and the new house. So we played with, would we be able to even get 2 small dormers on the front portion and one more on the rear portion, and the dormers didn't really work in the new, and that was part of the charm that they wanted to try. I mean, they're building a large house, but they wanted to still maintain that kind of the dormers and some of the traditional looks in that neighborhood. I think that was their aesthetic consideration they were talking about, because we couldn't come up with a design with those small dormers if we set back the addition that extra 2 feet.
And Mr. Knoxon, the 2 feet still doesn't get them into full compliance with the setback, is that correct?
That's correct.
And the only reason I raised that is because, and the reason I raised the dormers is I'm not sure we could approve something that's on the staff recommendation, given the need, I think, to have the proper renderings of what the second floor would look like if you had to change that design.
And I have those if it would, if you'd like to take a look at them. I mean, what we were
No, but I mean, you know that you would be stuck if we approved that, the staff's recommendation, with whatever those renderings would be, with what's there, because you know you have to build whatever we approve. And are you confident that that would?
Well, I'm not sure that it's a possibility. I mean, if it's approved with their recommendation, we don't have a drawing that shows.
Right.
Yeah, I understand that, and that's what, I wasn't sure what.
They would have to accept a deferral.
Yeah.
If we were going to do that.
I guess that's where I was heading, is if there's an inclination not to grant your current request, I think you would want to request a deferral so that you could redesign and ensure that how you're going to configure that complies with the use permit that would be within the staff's recommendation at this point.
And Madam Chair, with 6 bedrooms, and the builder indicating that he could step in the addition in the back, that I think his words were something to the effect that there's a lot of space there, that you could work a bit with that. Because 26 and 24.4, 50 feet 4 inches of, 50.4 feet is a long straight wall. Not as long as some we've seen, but fairly long. Breaking that up somehow, even though the design is not it's not real, it's not plain. You do have windows. You have there is that side porch which you do want to move, but maybe working with that a bit. The bedrooms on the second floor are fairly spacious, and I can certainly appreciate the master bedroom on the first floor.
I mean, but if you look at the drawing, and I don't know which page it is, but it is a pretty substantial run from where the new door would be located to the back of the house, and not a lot breaking it up except for 2 triple windows standing right above each other. And when I think about the county's desire not to have long runs, especially, I guess for me, it's on a main street that people drive by all the time. So as you're driving by it, you're going to see nothing but long house.
Well, yeah, I mean, the fence breaks things up and that type, and there are a lot, particular, I mean, a lot of the other properties in that neighborhood don't have the fences, and there are, like I said, they brought some photos of other examples in that. The corner lots in that neighborhood are just horrible. I mean, they really are.
I used to drive by that street every day.
I used to live right around the corner as well.
After I dropped my son off at Gunston, I would go to the metro from there. And I do know that a lot of the houses in the neighborhood are starting to build, and some of the corners are looking actually better with the fencing and the other items that they're putting in to break up some of the size of those homes. I'd be interested. Thank you. I think I'd be interested to hear where the board's leaning on this one. In part because if they do need to, if the inclination is not to grant the request, I think we would need to give them the opportunity to defer.
I would rather not see that long wall. I would rather see some kind of a setback just for the relief, and some attention paid to the design along Joyce Street, just to minimize that long wall. So how you treat it with windows and all, which suggests that it would be appropriate to defer it so that there could be drawings that were moving in the direction of the staff's request, because I don't see how you can proceed without drawings attached to any resolution.
Madam Chair, that would be my inclination. I'd want to give them more time to come up with a better design and try to accommodate the staff's concerns to some degree.
I see affirmance. So I guess I turn to the applicant and say, now, you know, we don't meet in January, so it would be the February board meeting.
So you wouldn't want to see the drawings that we already have?
I'm saying, we're suggesting, and your builder agreed with us, that he cannot provide drawings that would be sufficient to allow you to ensure that you could build what he could draw. His renderings now are not going to be meeting.
The drawings that I have meet the staff's recommendation, and they can be built.
Oh.
So, I mean, they're not.
Oh, I didn't, I thought please come up to the microphone. I think we were under the impression that you did not have alternative drawings ready to go with the staff's recommendation.
When Drew had emailed me last week and with the recommendation, we went back and to see if it's something that we were able to do. And I have a design. The only thing that I don't have is the plat drawn up that has this design. But I do have the same packet that you have from the original application with an alternate design on it that meets their recommendation. The only thing that it still has the side entrance on it.
Well, and I'm not certain that you wouldn't get an agreement on the side entrance if you've done the step back. I have a feeling that would pass with the board.
Well, that's
so
why
if you have the drawings for that, then
there
would be no reason to defer. We were just talking. That's why I asked you. But I thought you were talking about right now during the meeting you had done drawings, not that you had prepared things in advance.
If we would need a plat, what we could do is table it till the end of the meeting to give him time to correct the plat. Because that would be a pretty simple change, really. He's erasing a line and redrawing it and adding a setback, and that's it.
Mm-hmm.
They could also just grant it at the 15 feet. Or you could grant it at the 15 feet, and they can, when they come out with the building permit, that's the plat they show. So
yeah.
Condition that as well.
So, so if you look at it where we set it back, we took all the smaller dormers off, and I think it's, let me count the number of pages.
Madam Chair, and I think even the roof design for the back provides a difference that breaks up that plane.
This is only bumped in, what, 2 feet?
It was about 2 point, I think we put it in at the 2.1 to meet your, the original was at 12.9, and so I think we put it 2.1 feet.
2.1 more feet.
Yeah,
Okay.
is when we moved. And we moved the porch in on the front as well. It didn't have to go in the full 2 feet to meet it because it was already set back 1.5 feet. So we moved, I think, 6 or 8 inches so that on either side, so it would meet that. And like I said, the only thing that we weren't able to do is we had to change the 3 smaller dormers, and we put these reverse gables on there, which, like I said, I think once we tied in some of the different types of siding and the materials, it gave it a little bit more of the visual interest that the homeowner was amenable to, that the previous designer just couldn't grasp.
So, Mr. Knox, in terms of guidance, would we be able to just approve it then with your, let me ask Mr. Cook, you're confident that these comply with the recommendation of the staff?
Absolutely, yes.
So if we adopted the staff's recommendation?
With the exception of the side.
Right,
that
so
side
we've
porch.
adopted the staff's recommendation with the side door.
Yes, then they would meet everything except for that side.
And I think Mr. Knox is correct, you can provide the actual drawing and stuff on the building permit process as long as it's consistent with what we approve.
Absolutely, that was my assumption. That's why we kind of jumped on this to do it, so that we wouldn't have to lose the extra month on the hearing. I was hoping that these would be sufficient, to be able to move forward if that was the direction.
No, this was very helpful, and I'm glad that you did do that.
Sure.
So, I think actually we might be ready for a motion.
Okay.
But it'll be an alternative to the alternative. staff recommendation with the side porch.
Yes,
I believe that's where we'd have consensus.
I would second that motion, or I would make it if necessary.
I mean, in part, I actually like the side porch, given the fact that they're moving it back on the wall as well as part of the overall design, and the safety description that was given by Mr., I want to say Cook Brothers, but you're not.
Tishner.
So you don't, I don't have my slip yet.
That's all right.
I call him Mr. Cook Brothers.
So we just need to switch the 8.9 feet to setback of 8.9 feet to the porch, 11 feet to the eave, so.
So wouldn't we just add the 8.9?
In terms of the side yard for the front.
No, Mr. Moxon, all you have to do is just take the first line, use permit request, permit a setback of 8.9 feet to the left side porch.
We also have the front porch to deal with too.
Oh, you didn't recommend that either?
Front porch, we recommended that be knocked back to 14 to the eve, 15.
We like porches though, Mr. Noxon. What did he say?
Well, the new drawings that I provided actually moved
set it back?
Moved that porch in to meet the same setback
Okay,
as
okay.
the rear addition.
I'm seeing that. Yep.
Yeah. It was originally, like I said, 1.5 feet, and it should be, I mean, it should have been moved.
Small change.
It's hard, like I said, it's hard to read on these, yeah, it's
So then this is
2.234
fresh. All we
feet
do is
now. So if you look at the second page, that's the 1/8-inch scale, you'll see on the new one, it's at 2.23. So the plan was to meet the zoning officer's recommendation with everything that they recommended, except for that side.
We have the recommendation for.
Oh, no, I thought he was saying
You're
we
talking
were
about the
not
front-
taking
the
it at
front,
all,
the
but
front,
it's
yeah.
there.
If you see the second passage where it starts talking about approval,
Okay,
they would be meeting that.
okay. Ready?
Mm-hmm.
I move the Board of Zoning Appeals adopt the attached resolution denying 11.9-foot setback to the eave and 12.9-foot setback to the wall of the two-story addition, and the 13.4-foot setback to the eave and the 14.4-foot setback to the front porch base from the South Joy Street right-of-way, but approving a setback of 8.9 feet to the porch, 11.9 feet to the eave of the 1.5-story addition above the existing main building footprint, and 14 feet to the eave and 15 feet to the wall of the two-story rear addition, and 14 feet to the eave and 15 feet to the front porch base from South Joy Street right-of-way, instead of 25 feet as required, and to 4.7 feet to the eave and 5.7 feet to the two-story rear addition, and 1.5-story additions above the existing home, and 7.2 feet to the front porch from the right side property line instead of 8 feet as required on the V-10969-14-UP1, subject to conditions.
And I do request a friendly amendment of two things that we're missing. The porch in the first clause is the left side porch, and that it be a 2.5-story rear addition. So it's already what's written, but not necessarily what was read.
Okay.
It's been moved by Ms. Freshman,
Second?
seconded by Mr. Smith. And I think the other thing we should incorporate, just for clarity, in accordance with the new designs that are part of the packet, being
Submitted during the hearing, yes.
Been moved and seconded, all in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? It carries. Thank you so much.
Yes, thank you for your time.
And did you give me my sign-in sheet? I got it. Yeah, just go ahead. Right ahead. Thank you, Mr. Tupper. Pinter.
All right, the last three. 6. Okay, the next case is V-10970-14-VA-1, and this is a variance request by Benjamin Moncars and Catherine Otis to permit structural alterations to an existing non-conforming home. It's for the construction of a new front porch, a new 2-story addition above the existing main building footprint, a new 1-story rear addition, and a new right side egress window well. This is in the R6 zoning district on a premises known as 4054 20th Road North.
And the recommendation is to adopt the attached resolution approving the subject variance with conditions.
Now, just to clarify, this is just for the structural alterations. We're not approving the actual additions above. That comes with the use permit, which is the next case.
Yeah, and the request is because I take it, Mr. Knox, and the reason the zoning office is recommending approval is because it's already an existing non-conforming
Correct.
structure.
And even to perform a by right addition above this footprint, they would have to do that.
And we have very large trees on this property as well. Any additional questions of staff on the variance? Okay, if not, are Benjamin Moncratz or Catherine Otis present? Moncars, sorry.
Good evening.
Good evening.
We would like to address the board and give a brief synopsis of our background and how we came to be standing here tonight. Katie and I currently live in a 1-bedroom condo in Washington, D.C., and have been looking for a house for over a year and a half. Our main objective was to find a small property with some green space. We've never had a yard, and we would really like a garden as well as a place for our future children to have an outdoor area to play. When we first saw this house, we immediately fell in love with the property. It wasn't too large, and we really liked the fact that the neighborhood was so eclectic. When we purchased the property, we were unaware of any zoning restrictions. We knew that we ultimately wanted to build, mainly because our home inspection essentially deemed the house unlivable, but also because we wanted to build green with sustainable materials for a home that we intend on living in for a long time. Ironically, in the process of looking for more space, we went from an 800 square foot condo to a slightly smaller 768 square foot home. In order to stay within our very limited budget, our builder advised us that building up would serve us better than building out. Not only is this a cost issue, but the lot is typical of Cherrydale and quite small. The limited green space that we have would be lost if we expanded the existing footprint. Sagatop was able to design the house to incorporate all of the functions and square footage we were looking for. We made sure to emphasize the importance of being sensitive to the neighborhood regarding the massing and design.
Okay, actually, I think I'm going to stop you right there because as Mr. Noxon said, right now we're not talking about the structure of the house. We're going to talk about that in just a minute when we get to the use permit.
Sure.
So unless there's anything else, I think we understand why you need to do the building. Why don't we sit for a minute and we'll see if we can deal with the variance and then get to the use permit because that's going to be the more difficult issue, I think. Unless I'm wrong, I think we're ready for a motion.
Madam Chair, I move that the Board of Zoning Appeals in respect to case V-10970-14-VA1 adopt the attached resolution approving the request for a variance with the conditions listed in the staff report.
Second.
Been moved by Mr. Smith, seconded by Ms. Freshman. All in favor?
Aye.
Hearing no opposition. Now we're ready to call the associated use permit. Mr. Noxon.
Correct. Okay, this is V-10970-14-UP-2. This is a use permit request by Benjamin Moncars and Catherine Otis to permit a setback of 15.2 feet to the porch and the two-story addition from the 20th Road North right-of-way instead of 25 feet as required, and 12.6 feet to the porch, one-story rear addition and two-story addition from the Randolph Street right-of-way instead of 20 feet as required, and to permit a structure in excess of 2.5 stories within 25 feet of a street right-of-way. It's all for the construction of a new front porch, a new two-story addition above the existing main building footprint, new one-story rear addition, and a new right-side egress window well. This is in the R6 zoning district, premises known as 4054 20th Road North.
Now, either of you can come up and talk about the use permit, maybe finish your...
I did just want to clarify, Drew. You just said excess of 2.5 stories, but it's not an excess of 2.5?
And I believe your contractor had some information that can answer that question.
Okay.
We had the advertisement go out before we had actual section drawings showing the structure. And Mr. Sagatoff showed a structural drawing that I'm not sure if you have a copy with you, but it shows that they are meeting the definition of a half story.
Right.
So, and as long as they showed that in a building permit and they're meeting the 2.5 stories for the entire structure, we're okay with that. And under our recommendation, we say we're okay with the 2.5 story building, not a 3-story building.
Got it. Okay, thank you for clarifying that.
I'm sorry, so I have to do my part first. Recommendation is to adopt the attached resolution denying the setbacks for the 3-story building within 25 feet of a street right-of-way, but approving a setback of 15.2 feet to the porch and 22.7 feet to the 1.5-story addition from the 20th Road North right-of-way instead of 25 feet as required, and 12.6 feet to the porch, 1-story rear addition, and 1.5-story addition from the North Randolph Street right-of-way instead of 25 feet as required. And that's for the construction of a new front porch, a new 1.5-story addition above the existing main building footprint, and a new 1-story rear addition. And then an alternative resolution has been provided should we wish to grant the use permit as advertised. Okay, so actually, before we talk to you, I need to see if there are questions of staff. And I think it might go to that question, Mr. Noxon. So the recommendation would be, you're going to build over the existing structure, you would recommend 1.5 stories.
1.5 stories above the existing 1-story building. We also recommend moving the 2.5-story addition off the front porch so that there's just a front porch protruding in front of the main wall of the building. This is sort of like that situation we had 10955 on Cleveland Street earlier.
Yep. Additional questions, Mr. Noxon?
And I guess when Mr. Sagatoff gets up here, we'll talk more about the design element, the front kind of soaring into an open space above kind of a thing. The front porch, which is really just a fascinating design to me. But I go for the old and the new.
Okay. Then let's let our applicant speak.
So again, in order to stay within our limited budget, our builder advised us that building up would serve us better than building out. Not only is this a cost issue, but the lot is typical of Cherry Down, quite small. The limited green space that we have would be lost if we expanded the existing footprint. Our builder was able to design the house to incorporate all the functions and square footage we were looking for. We made sure to emphasize the importance of being sensitive to the neighborhood regarding the massing and design. Through the variance application process, we were able to really get to know the community. We initially reached out to our adjacent neighbors as well as our neighbor directly across the street to discuss our plans for the house. We have spent a considerable amount of time trying to address all of their requests for drawings, renderings, elevations. It has been difficult to get a lot of support because there has been a lot of misinformation circulated about our intentions and project facts that we hope will be cleared up tonight. We are very excited to start the process of building our dream home and hope that the board shares our enthusiasm. We have spoken to others in the neighborhood, and will provide you with copies of the letters of support. Thank you.
Okay.
Thank you. Anything further? Do we have any questions of the applicants, or should we have their builder? Why don't we have you?
Thank you.
Let's have your agent, Yuri Sagatoff, come forward, please.
Good evening.
Hello.
I have
Oh, more pictures. Thank you.
Probably what I was just going to do.
Thank you. My name is Yuri Sagatov, and I'm the Katie and Ben's designer. First of all, I'd like to, the two handouts I gave you are just to describe a little bit more and a little more clarity in terms of color into our logic behind the design and its placement on the lot and neighborhood, safety, et cetera. I'd like to start with saying this lot is it a case of extreme hardship given the narrow nature of the lot, 50 feet wide, and also the fact that it's a corner lot. The first sheet I gave you is a map of the neighborhood. The red houses that are illuminated are also non-conforming. You'll see it paints a picture of essentially a neighborhood of non-conformity from the house directly next door to basically the entire road. Katie and Ben's house in particular, it represents hardship given the 50-foot nature of the lot and the fact that the existing house was built a long time ago, 1920, about 15 feet from the setbacks, which was the code at the time. Due to this issue of the nature of the lot, pretty much anything that we design would require some type of variance or use permit when it comes to renovating the house. So given that, Katie and Ben wanted to try to minimize impervious surface, minimize runoff, increase green space, and also minimize lot coverage in order to, and that required essentially kind of building a little more vertical than stretching the house out horizontally. In doing so, one of our, the existing house and porch is fairly close to 20th Road and Randolph Street. One of our primary concerns was visibility at the corner. And we wanted to make sure that the visibility was not an issue. And as you can see by the second sheet I gave you, which 20th Road is one way going towards the east on this property from Randolph Street. So there is no traffic coming to the west. This essentially means that visibility should not be an issue at all on this corner. Additionally, the street is actually another 7 feet beyond the property line on Randolph Street, which essentially puts the house 20 feet from the street line. And the east side of Randolph Street does not permit parking. So no cars will be parked on the east side of Randolph Street. Given those factors, it was my belief as a designer that visibility would not be an issue in the corner. And that was a primary concern. Had there been different circumstances with visibility, we would have thought through this potentially a little bit differently. In developing the plans, we also considered alternative ways of developing the massing to push it back to the rear of the property or to the side of the property. Due to budgets and the small nature of the existing house, only 700 square feet, there are limited places we can put things like staircases that can go from the basement up to the second floor. So there's pretty significant restrictions given given the small nature of the house, where if the house was bigger to start with, we'd have more flexibility with the layout of the space.
Okay, but the lot does allow you to go back on the property. Why wasn't that considered? I know it's a desire for green space, but the height and massing of the building does seem out of character with the neighborhood.
So the neighborhood is very eclectic. There's a lot of very small houses that, in many ways, are also very close to the property line.
Okay, but you're not answering my question.
The main thing that drove the design was budget, and given that the existing house was already 15 feet from the property line, and the existing footprint is where it is, it was most advantageous to go up over that existing footprint for budgets. And additionally, we also any other location of the staircase would involve building the addition closer to the property next door, which has a very large tree, and that tree would most likely have to come down. The tree on the left there, behind the tow truck.
Okay. Thank you. Your time is up.
Yes, ma'am.
Unless there are questions? Okay, seeing none. We have several speakers on this matter. Make sure. Okay. So let's start with David Boykin, 4054 20th Road North. And Mr. Hogan, can you put these timer on for 2 minutes each?
Okay, you ready?
Yes, you may begin.
Okay, hello. Yeah, my name's Dave Boykin. I'm at 4049 North 20th Street. I'm catty corner
Oh, wait a minute. So you put the wrong address. You're
I
at what?
put the subject's address.
40 what?
4049 North 20th Street. So I'm catty corner to the subject property. Our lots actually, the corners of our lots touch. And I actually also have a very small bungalow, very similar to this house right here. And coincidentally, on the same block, right, in the same neighborhood. And coincidentally, I'm actually in process. Okay. I got a use permit here over the summer, and we're in the process of putting on a single-story addition. So it's very near to my heart. I'm the last person to, I truly believe people should be able to add on to their homes, especially very small homes. It's rather awkward. I haven't even had a chance to meet my neighbors. And certainly I would want to support a neighbor, but quite honestly, I just can't support this design based on the current conditions. I want to relate to some of the points brought up in my use permit meeting because, again, it's very similar. We're starting with a very small bungalow, almost identical, honestly. And some of the key points brought up in the discussions were maintaining the character of the neighborhood, maintaining the character of the home and the overall neighborhood. There was a lot of discussion about maintaining the front porch, which is craftsman style and open, and not disrupting that. And there was also a lot of discussion around maintaining the overall look of the front of the house. So obviously the proposed design is a pretty drastic change in the overall appearance. You guys have already touched upon the porch, so I'm going to skip over that, and as well as the height, which is completely out of character. There's nothing around that area that's nearly that high. It definitely negatively impacts the abutting neighbors. I think specifically privacy over the neighbors and even my yard because I'm catty cornered to it. And I believe the design will make our homes less desirable. So I plead to the board to consider that, to make sure whatever's constructed does not negatively impact the neighborhood and our property values.
Okay, thank you.
Thanks for your consideration.
Sheila Taylor. And Ms. Taylor, you'll be followed by Michael DeCarmine. And Ms. Taylor, I have you at 4042 North 21st Street? Correct. 4042. It's hard to find it. Okay, there you
Go ahead.
go. Okay, you may go ahead, yeah.
Okay.
And Mr. Hogan, the timer? Yep, good.
I
I've just been in that neighborhood for 37 years. I've seen houses being built there. Almost all of them have kept, just on my own block, which is just one block over from theirs, there were 3 different new homes built who basically tried to stay within the character. People who bought homes already existing, tried to build houses that put additions on that fit in with the character. Front porches are a big thing in our neighborhood. The kind of front porch that's being proposed here isn't like our typical, it's nothing like that porch that is in the picture. It's a whole modern structure that looks quite different from anything in the neighborhood. I think if we had known sooner than December 1st, probably a lot more neighbors than this would be here speaking, because I guess this thing went in October, but we didn't know about it until December 1st when it was posted. So we're very concerned about the height. That's one of the main things. The style, we feel, is not in with the typical homes, the character of the neighborhood at all. You might call it eclectic because there's a few homes that are newer than others. There's no home that would be as modern as what's being proposed. And, you know, I have nothing against a modern home in a neighborhood where it might fit. I just don't think our neighborhood is a neighborhood for it. And the height, I think, is practically offensive. It's so much taller than any other property around there. I guess that's it.
Thank you. Okay, Michael DeCarmine? And I have you at 2001 North Randolph Street?
That's correct.
As soon as Mr. Hogan gets the light on, you can start.
Okay, thanks for the opportunity to let me speak.
And for the record, that puts you as the adjacent neighbor to the home, is that correct?
That's correct. I'm immediately south, I guess. Yeah. And so my comments really, I think, are just in keeping what you've heard already. I would echo what the gentleman said earlier about, you know, I wouldn't begrudge anybody for wanting to expand, you know, to get a little more out of the house. But again, I think my concerns are, I guess, less about the aesthetics perhaps than others might feel. I think there's a fair amount of subjectivity to that. My concern is the height. And also, I guess I would respectfully disagree with the gentleman who said he didn't think there would be a problem with visibility. I wonder if that is the case. It looked like it would impede visibility a little bit on that corner. But primarily my concern is the height, and that it's not in keeping, I would say, with the character of the neighborhood.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Next, we have Jean Jackson, followed by Patricia Dubin. And Ms. Jackson, while you're coming up, your address is 4053 North 20th Road. Is that correct?
That's correct. I'm the house directly across the street. I beg to differ with them. These papers were filed on October 1st, and the house wasn't purchased until October 14th, so they were aware that there were great restrictions on this piece of property. Yes, it's a small lot. They knew that before they purchased it. It's non-conforming, but a lot of the houses on the block are non-conforming. No one else has been able to build anything of this size on a lot that side. You're not taking into consideration that Randolph Street is twice as wide as 20th Road. We have a school across the street with 500 children and no buses. Those kids walk that street all the time. The crosswalk is there. I really object to it not conforming to the other characters of the house. Most of us own Sears houses. I've lived in this neighborhood for over 50 years, and everyone that moves in loves the character of the neighborhood, loves Cherrydale. We want to keep it like it is. Something that's going to be as tall as this is way, way out of character. I would ask that you ask them to modify their plans. They're hurting our neighborhood. They're not an asset. This house is not what we need in our neighborhood. Please consider that they modify their plans.
Thank you, Ms. Jackson. Patricia Dubin? And you are at 43 North 20th Road.
Yes, that's correct. I'm across the street, 2 houses away from Mrs. Jackson, and how she spoke is very much in keeping with my feelings about the character of the neighborhood. And I've been in the area 40 years, and I certainly agree that the height of that house is just tremendous. And in addition to Mrs. Jackson talking about the school, there's St. Agnes Church that's right there. Randolph is a very busy street. And on the weekend, we have all of that eastbound traffic coming down 20th Road, which is a narrow one-way street. I just feel that I empathize with the young couple, because I also agree they should be able to have a house of their liking, but I feel like that house that they want to build does not belong on that piece of property. Thank you.
I have one question.
Yes.
Can you describe the topography? Is there a difference in height between your side of the street and their side of the street?
Well, there is, because the street runs downhill.
Right.
So, yes.
So are they higher than your house?
Yes.
So the height would be even more pronounced from
Yes, it would
your
be.
side?
Yes. And on the Randolph side is where it's the highest, and then it goes down considerably.
I drive through that neighborhood quite a bit and just wanted to get on the record that there is that
Yes, there is.
topographical difference.
Absolutely. Yes. Thank you.
Our next speaker is Brent Holloman. And you are at 4048 North 20th Road.
That is correct. Good evening, board members and staff. I asked to speak last because I believe that this project has the most adverse effects on my property. I didn't want to reiterate the facts in which they stated, and that the house is high. The house doesn't necessarily meet certain characteristics of the neighborhood. I have some other certain concerns as far as height, as far as that goes. There's a proposed roof deck that's on my side of the property line, or well, on my side of their proposed project. My concern is that the floor plan lays out the fact that that will probably be a main, adjoining a main rec room, which would be for purposes of entertainment. My concern is that the capacity that roof deck may be able to hold as far as people, and my privacy being invaded, if you will, because of line of sight and as far as to the height of the building. As well as there is a greater than 4 foot difference in the topography of their homes where it sits on the property as mine. Mine is a single-story bungalow, which is only about a total height of 26 feet. This house, as it's displayed or as it's proposed, I know the midline roof is 33 or so, but the total height, and which I believe is very relevant here, is probably closer to 41 feet with the very steep pitch of the roof. As well as I'd like to, at least comment on the front porch and the aesthetics as well of the historic, different features in the neighborhood. Not necessarily we're in a historic neighborhood, but they are historic. The homes are in that house in the area of over 50 years. Mine is, to my best knowledge, built in 1904. I would like, if any way that I could possibly ask the board to grant me an extra few moments, not minutes, but just a few seconds, because this project does adversely affect my property the most, probably. And if I could make
I think we, just whatever final point you want to make.
Okay.
I think we've heard from the neighborhood and have an understanding.
I mean, I do understand the need to build onto the house, and I do believe there is ways to do it in a more appropriate manner. I mean, the house is small. I can support some things, but as it's drawn and proposed to you now, I would like to have you guys defer this to the next meeting so that proper drawings can be submitted, at least to begin with drawing it up as though it's staff recommended.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. Certainly would appreciate you at least giving all that consideration. Thank you.
I think that's all our speakers on this case. Deliberations or any questions from the board? Do we want to give any questions to the
Could I just ask, it looks to me when you're looking at the proposed first floor plan that you're planning to close off what is now an open porch, and it looks like you're creating the main entrance on Randolph Street. Is that correct?
We're not closing the porch off. We're closing the sides of it. The front of it will still be completely open. And then the main front door would move to Randolph Street, correct? There would still be access and on 20th Road, but yes, that's correct.
Okay.
I have additional questions. In the drawings, it looks like the trees that we see in this picture will be gone then when you move the door to the other side of the house?
Several of the trees will have to be taken down. The large trees that are noted on that side of the property would not, that are on the screen right now.
Do we have another picture then, Mr. Hogan? So you're moving the front entrance to that side of the house, are you not?
To that side, but also but more towards the rear of the existing house. We have had an arborist look at these trees, and they're not in great shape. And given the close proximity to the foundation, he's not sure what the lifespan would be on them. So, but at least on this Randolph side of the property. And in regards to the height of this house is not any taller than the house on 4054 21st Road North, which was approved with a variance several years ago. The massing is slightly different, but the overall height of that structure is not different than that house. Just wanted to point that out because you had asked that question earlier.
I thought we were talking, this house is 4054,
Yes.
so I'm confused.
Same address, but on 21st Street versus
21st
20th.
Street.
Oh, 21st.
One block over.
Okay. Do we have an aerial of the neighborhood, Mr. Noxon or Mr. Hogan?
Slide 81.
No.
There you go. I don't think we captured that one property.
No. Thoughts from the board?
Mr. Holoman, I think, the next door neighbor, 4048, wanted to get up what I was wondering what kind of structure that is. Oh, So it's shown on the tax map. That is, looks like yeah, it's a big garage. But how do you enter it? Is that a garage door, right?
May I approach to answer your question?
I think, isn't that St. Anne's?
There's a double wide driveway on my
Well, excuse me, Mr. Holloman, please. If you, sorry. Go ahead and come forward to the podium. Since you've been in the neighborhood, actually, I could have asked anybody since they've been in the neighborhood forever, but.
Well, I have lived there my entire life and have no immediate or future plans to move out. So that is a garage in which my father built before the zoning board, zoning ordinances as today were in place, built in the early 70s.
Sure.
So the setback requirements were only 1 foot from the rear, 1 foot from the side, and it is, it's about I don't know exactly, I think close to 1,200 square feet. But my father built that back in the early 70s. There's a double wide driveway and you enter the garage. We don't use it much. It's mainly, it's I guess technically a 3-car garage, which certainly 2 cars could probably get in it at this point with our kids' stuff and everything else we have. So that's what that is.
Okay.
And the building to the right is what with the parking? Is that St. Anne's or is that?
I'm sorry?
The building in the lower corner of the picture. That one, yes.
That's the St. Agnes Catholic School.
That's what I thought. Thank you.
Sure.
It's the corner one right here.
Okay. Want to share your deliberations?
I just pulled up the photo of 4054 21st Street North. Excuse me, because it is on our chart, the next to the last one that has a 2-story side and rear addition. I just wanted to see what it looked like.
Well, technically, we're not supposed to do that because we can't introduce it into the record.
But maybe Mr. Hogan can?
Because that's a 2-story side and rear addition as well.
Yeah.
2-story or 2.5?
This says 2-story side and rear addition.
Well,
And that is a question, Madam Chair, about the height and the stories. I thought Mr. Noxon said something about that it's really a 1.5-story addition?
No, that's their recommendation. No, have a seat, please. Their recommendation is 1.5-story addition. The request is for a 2.5-story addition, and the issue was the owners, and this was what she raised at the very beginning, did not believe it was 2.5 stories.
The proposal, as we advertised, it was a 2-story above. However, they have shown that, or the contractors showed that they can make it meet the definition of a 1.5-story addition as opposed to a 2-story addition above.
That's what I thought there was something like
You
that.
shorten a knee wall down to 2 feet or less, and that's all it takes.
Right.
By definition of the ordinance, talking about a story.
So, but your recommendation is 1.5, and theirs is 2, their request is for 2?
We advertised it as 2 because we were unaware of any section drawings that showed that knee wall. We didn't have them in the packet.
Okay. I'm still confused because at some point I'm reading 2.5. So.
And right here it says 3.
And it's
3. It would be a 3-story building within 25 feet of a street right of way. And
So it's two new stories.
2 new stories above the existing 1-story building. However, they can make it
1.5.
1.5 above the existing 1-story. So it would be all in all a 2.5 story building.
No, go up Randolph to 21st.
Can of worms.
Okay, look up, yep.
That's it on the corner.
Right, too far. Unless he's trying to go,
Almost. 90 degrees. Go to 270.
I hate when people tell me to do that.
Go to your 9 o'clock. Go to about 270 degrees.
Type in the address. There you go, 21st.
There you go.
Read.
And it'll be old, it won't be built.
Yeah, it'll be an old photo.
no, it's not.
There it is.
No, that was it.
Oh, it was it, it's the White House.
It's it right there.
I think you can go up the street. We can see this other side.
And there is a portion of it that was a third story, but that was not within the setback. It's over on the left side of that house.
I have a big tree.
It was too foul. Yeah, there it is.
And for the record, we are looking on Google Maps or one of those things, a live time of 2086 North Randolph Street, which is also a 2.5-story home in the neighborhood on a corner lot. Mr. Nuxon, I wanted to go back and ask a question because when I heard the height of the building, if they had not needed the use permit or the variance, I mean, if they had needed the variance in the first place, what would have been their, and the lot wasn't so narrow, what was the by right for height?
They can do a 2.5-story building. They could do a almost 4-story building as long as they're meeting the 25-foot setback from both streets.
But they can't do that on this lot, can they?
No, there's the ordinance that says you cannot exceed 2.5 stories in height within 25 feet of a setback. So that it contradicts the ordinance where the ordinance says you can build up upon the existing footprint, but you have to meet that ordinance, which says you can only go 2.5 stories.
Mm-hmm.
So what's the maximum height of 2.5 stories?
35.
They can go 35 feet. Mm-hmm.
Yeah. Okay, but now, I'm going to go back. The impact of us having approved the variance, it still doesn't matter. They need the use permit to do any building over the structure, isn't that correct? And the use permit criteria requires that we consider the character of the neighborhood and foliage. I guess my question was, I didn't see anything in the drawings which indicates that they're going to ameliorate the taking of those trees either, which was a concern.
They didn't say anything.
I mean, there are renderings that there's a tree like the one we're actually looking at right now on the first page drawing of the house, but I don't know if those trees exist or if those are just renderings. And my concern is if you're building on the side, where I was asking about in terms of the changing the entrance, the building itself is what's going to cause the problem to the tree root if we take into account what was said by the architect earlier in the evening, that they're changing and putting in that foundation there is what's going to destroy the tree root on those 2 trees. So yes, I know pine trees also have a more limited life than other trees, but they're definitely going to be adversely affected by the construction, proposed construction. Those are some of the issues that I'm struggling with or thinking about. We're going to do some deliberation and. Cliff, can you go back to the
back, the rear.
Any additional thoughts from the board?
All right. To me, this is like the 500-pound gorilla in the room, that what we deal with is setbacks and height and not taste or style. Yet, whatever design they give us is what they're supposed to go to use. But the issue that the neighbors have, I think more than height, really is the style. And I agree with them 100%. I just don't know that we really can make a determination about the style, only about the setbacks and the height.
Well, I actually have more concerns of other issues, and I do think the height is an issue in part, in large part, and that's why I raised the topography, because of the way this neighborhood runs. And I know we've had conversations about fences in this neighborhood along, well, I've been sitting on the board as well, on this very street in terms of the setbacks and the large concern we have, because much of this street is also not developed with sidewalks. And this portion, it is in conformance with that. And so I get concerned with large houses that are set on these lots.
Right. Oh, I'm not saying that that's not important. I'm just saying that the testimony has been almost exclusively about the character of the neighborhood and the design. And that's something that I don't think that we can really deal with, except where it fits the height and the setbacks.
I think it does. I would say that the character of the neighborhood is relevant to that issue, and it's one of the factors we must consider. And so I think that that's relevant.
But I do think also that, I mean, just as a practical, useful thing, moving the entrance to Randolph Street that has no sidewalk, to me, makes no sense. But beyond that, I think when you're talking about the house that we looked at on 21st Street that was quite a large house, it still had the open porch over which nothing was built. And I do think that part of the design issue that we're talking about here is the fact that the proposal is to build over that porch. And so you're going to have, you can say 2.5 stories or 3 stories minus, or 35 feet, or however you end up calculating it. It's a solid wall.
Mm-hmm.
And that isn't in character with most of Arlington, aside from this neighborhood. But I mean, typically, if you go up on a house that has, like this, that has an open porch, you don't build over the porch. And as we addressed that on Cleveland Street. So that, I think that speaks to the design and neighborhood character too, and is part of, I assume, why the staff is discouraging that.
Chairman.
Mr. Smith.
The first, second, third, fourth whereas, the BZA has determined that the modification, it's going from a 1-story structure to a 2.5-story structure, is compatible with development in the surrounding neighborhood. You heard a witness testify, they're going up to 2 stories. So the neighborhood, they are bumping up. They are going up. And then it goes on, and that the structure's overall footprint size and placement are similar to the structures on the property surrounding the property. That's the case. And the proposal would help preserve natural landform, historical features, and/or significant trees. So it's not that it's the character of the neighborhood. Is the modification compatible with development in the surrounding neighborhood?
I don't think it is.
And the footprint size and placement, those are similar to the surrounding neighborhood. So, I mean, you know, it is, you know, as we've been saying, we don't make decisions based on aesthetics. Some may like the design, others may not. But I think these are the considerations, and you know, people are going up. They're all over and in this neighborhood. We've had testimony to that. And the size and placement is not unusual. So just throwing that out. And of course, it's not adversely affecting the health or safety or detrimental to the public welfare or injurious to property or improvements in the neighborhood. And it's not in conflict with the purposes of master plan or land use or zoning policy. So.
Well, and I guess, okay, Mr. Smith, Mr. Russell, sorry. Maybe you.
Well, I agree with what my colleagues have said. This is not a historic district where it goes before a board that comments on and makes their determination by the compatibility of the architectural design. On the other hand, it is a tall building. It's 35 feet, or 32 feet, I think what I saw in the drawings, to the midpoint of the pitch of the roof, which makes the top of that quite tall. But that could be built as a matter of right, particularly on the interior lots up and down the street. This is on a corner lot. It's severe setback. There is room to do something on the left side property line and designing something to fit on this lot. And I believe what the staff is recommending is somewhat similar to what they recommend regularly on corner lots, is relief of setbacks from what would be the Randolph Street side. They're trying to use the existing footprint and actually not make the house very much bigger in footprint over what's already there. But obviously, I'm stating the obvious in the application. Perhaps given some time and an opportunity to redesign, there might be something that's between what the applicants desire and what the neighbors have commented on. Or, there's some ideas from other additions in the neighborhood. But something in the vicinity of 12 to 15 feet on a setback from North Randolph Street is not unusual for the approval of this board on a 50-foot corner lot.
Okay, thank you. I guess I'm sort of leaning toward a redesign, and I understand that it's not just this. Understand that we can't comment on aesthetics, but I think we talked at the beginning, someone said this is somewhat similar to the earlier North Cleveland case that we started at the beginning of the evening. That was another situation where there was not a full vetting of the issue, and there was an opportunity to go back and redesign, shave off a little bit, or look at those issues. The enclosed porch, which is something we put into all of our porches we don't build over, kind of bothers me in terms of the design, and especially because that does push the setback out further. And that's why, I think there's other parts of the property that could be used or considered, and I understand that the cost is an issue here, but I don't think the cost for the builders is enough of an offset to the questions that we're supposed to look at. Just as we don't look at the design, I don't think we can look at savings of cost for the builders as a reason. And when we asked the applicant and their agent about that, that's the main reason they went with this design. I heard them say cost, and I don't think that's a factor that weighs in terms of our decision either. I think deferral would make sense. It's like the North Cleveland Street, that there would be an opportunity to get a better vetting with the neighborhood. What really concerns me is, although I appreciate you submitted letters of support, none of those letters of support come from anywhere in the neighborhood. They come from people who are pretty far away from the actual place that's living there. And what we often do, what we often did in the past when many more of the civic associations were weighing in, is defer matters to have a better vetting of the communication within the neighborhood, so that no matter what, at the end of the day, as you yourself even said, you believe there's misconceptions and a misunderstanding, that you can work that out because you want to live in a neighborhood where you're comfortable with your neighbors. And so for those reasons, I think a deferral might make sense. I do regret that would mean you would not come back until February. It will be a new board in February as well, so you also have a new chance of having different people sit and maybe having a better opportunity to come to some resolution. But that's sort of where I'm leaning on this matter. But I'm open to whatever my fellow board members suggest.
Well, Madam Chair, I would support that deferral. God willing, I'll be back, but no, I don't know that they're. And I guess you're suggesting that they also take a look at their plans and meet with the neighbors and see where they can accommodate some of the concerns. And I wanted to speak to one of the concerns with respect to privacy. And I know that they build a structure that's 2 stories high. They're looking down on their next door neighbor, the same kind of, they may not be as happy to see what's in their next door neighbor's yard as the neighbor is concerned with them seeing. So, that's kind of a two-way street with respect to that. But they're new. I would certainly support an effort to try to bring people together to talk more about and look more at what they're doing. And I'd hope that the applicants and their exceptional architect would join in that process.
Of course, you're not obligated to go with that recommendation. We can put it to a vote tonight. Deferrals are always at the request, usually, of the applicants. One of the purposes of a deferral is to give you that time, not have to have you submit additional money should the vote go negatively. I'm not sure where the board is leaning in terms of that. You can ask us to put it to a vote and see, but if we deny your request, then at a minimum you'd have to come in with new drawings and a new request and a new filing fee, and it's going to take time. So that's the other reason we often offer the applicants a deferral opportunity. So I would ask the applicants to come forward and hear their weighing in on sort of the discussions that we've had and where your thoughts are.
Yes, thank you. I think we completely understand where the neighborhood's coming from, and a lot of people are not comfortable with change, especially people who have lived in the neighborhood for a long time, so we're understanding to that. Our style is probably not going to change, and we didn't think that was under scrutiny in front of you guys tonight. But we did want to discuss that the zoning did give an alternative about pushing the house back from the porch. In our application, I think you'll see on the second floor and on the finished attic floor, there's a dotted line that shows where the current porch is, and so where we're encroaching over that. So we'll actually be losing part of what was designed to be a master bedroom, bathroom, as well as a rec room for upstairs, which was more actually an area that we were hoping to have family, not parties, as alluded to earlier. But if we were to push that back, there would be a major redesign for our builder to do that. And ultimately, we understand that, and we're fine with taking that away so that you don't have the large massing on the front. But that would end up pushing us closer to both of our adjacent neighbors, essentially. And our hope was that because we were building up, we didn't want to encroach closer than where the existing footprint is currently. And that way, now we are going to have to move closer, and we're still building up, whether it's however many stories it is. So we were kind of trying to be sensitive to those property lines.
And I think the issue for us is the setback issues. As Ms. Craven has said, that what we're supposed to look at is the setbacks. And that's where the massing in the front on that, which encroaches a setback, would be there.
Okay.
And balancing those setback, sometimes even if you are moving closer on another side, it might make a difference, because then you're still not going to have the massing. It might make it easier for us to look at that issue.
So I guess what we're saying is that we are okay with amending our proposal to what the zoning is
And I think that will
proposing.
still require a deferral. It's unfortunately, unlike Mr. Cook, who got the notice and then did all the proposals and had the paperwork ready to go for tonight, I don't think you're ready to do that, and so it would require the deferral as well.
Okay.
But if you are interested in looking at that, continuing to work with zoning, and hopefully your neighbors, because I agree with you, sometimes it is change. It's a very different approach. We have many neighborhoods where people can do the kind of building you're doing by right, and neighbors don't have any say in this issue. And that's part of the point, too. It's not our job to make those determinations. But to the extent that you want to start off on a good foot, and you can explain that, and you're making concessions in terms of what you're willing to look at with the building, it may go a long way to making the whole process easier in the end.
Right. So you're saying we do not have the option to put it to a vote?
You can. I don't know where it's going to go. But if you do, and then you're going to have to repay for a new filing fee if it's denied.
Can I ask a question about that?
You may.
Thank you. The proposed staff recommendation essentially is suggesting that the 1.5-story addition, which we're planning, be pushed back over the existing house and not be built over the front porch.
Right.
What you're saying is, if that's approved tonight, this staff recommendation, that redesigning the space within those limitations, from my perspective, we can do that and meet the staff recommendations. Are you suggesting that you wouldn't be able to approve that tonight?
The problem is when we're talking about use permits, we actually have to see what's drawn because we can't approve it
Understood.
without seeing the drawings. And so in the preceding case, based on the recommendation, the architect had come in with alternative drawings that we could approve. Because part of it, again, is we have to look at the impact that any of that might have on the trees on the property or any of the other issues that are relevant to our granting the use permit. So I don't believe, and Mr. Knox, correct me if I'm wrong, but I don't believe that we can go forward without drawings.
That would be correct.
So
Understood.
So I'm not sure whether they said they would agree to it. On the one hand, I heard an agreement to a deferral to look at these issues. On the other hand, I kind of heard that they want to go to a vote. But
We'll defer.
okay.
Madam Chairman, I move to defer V-1090-14-UP2 to the February 2015 meeting of the Board of Zoning Appeals.
Second.
It's been moved by Mr. Smith, seconded by Mr. Russell to defer the subject use permit. All in favor? Aye. Any opposed? Okay, motion carries 5-0. Thank you.
Okay,
And thank you for coming in.
next case tonight is V-10971-14-VA-1. This is a variance request by Amir Tahami to permit structural alterations to an existing non-conforming home, and this is for the construction of a new 2-story addition above the existing main building footprint and a new 2nd-story rear projecting bay. This is in the R6 zoning district on a premises known as 3110 9th Street North.
And again, we are only talking about the variance request initially,
Correct.
which is the structural alterations. And the status of the home, is it condemned or has it just been?
It's condemned, yes.
I just looked up. What do we have here?
I think one of the pictures has a sign on it. I can't remember.
Oh.
Yeah, on the front.
Danger? Keep out. Yeah, excuse me, can we actually ask you to leave the hearing room?
But do what you're doing outside.
Please, yeah, please keep talking.
Yeah.
No, this is good. We want you to talk. And I'm sorry, so the recommendation on this request is to adopt the attached resolution approving the subject variance with conditions.
Right.
And again, this is another instance where the staff is recommending the variance, which is often not the case in variances. So,
Madam Chair, I move to, do we have to have a staff report or anything more? Can we get to the subject use permit?
well, I don't know. I mean, part of it, let me just say, having done the last case, it might have been helpful to have some of those discussions in the context of the variance rather than the use solely in the use permit. So maybe we need to just look and make sure there's nothing that says there's not any other useful purpose of the, I don't think so, because it looks like the house can't be built over, there's nothing yet being done.
No, they're going to take it down to the foundation, but they want to keep the foundation.
But here's the issue, because the variance is being asked because they can't build any, this is where I get into always troubles with variance. There isn't a structure on the house right now. Is it non-conforming?
Yes.
So, and the staff has determined that there is no structure that can be built within the setbacks.
What would it be?
Not much of anything. It's a 37.5 feet wide lot.
Okay. Okay, that's just important because I know we always have trouble with those very small lots. Well, not always big houses, but. Okay. But maybe I think then, are we ready to vote on the variance part of this?
Grant V-1091-14-VA1, subject to the conditions listed in the staff report.
It's been moved by Mr. Smith.
Second.
Seconded by Mr. Russell. All in favor?
Aye.
Okay, now we go to the associated use permit. So we say something can be built on this property.
The next case is V-10971-14-UP-1, and this is a use permit request by Amir Tahami to permit a setback of 3.2 feet to the eave and 4.2 feet to the wall of a new two-story addition above the existing main building footprint and 6.5 feet to the second floor projecting bay from the right side property line instead of 10 feet as required. Then also 23.7 feet to a new second-story addition above a new porch instead of 25 feet as required, and also an aggregate side yard of 12 feet instead of 18 feet as required. It's for a new two-story addition above the existing main building footprint and a new second-story rear projecting bay. It's in the R6 zoning district on a premises known as 3110 9th Street North.
And the recommendation is to adopt the attached resolution denying the setback of 3.2 feet to the eave on the right side of the home, but approving a setback of 4.2 feet to the new two-story addition above the existing main building footprint and a 6.5 feet to the second floor projecting bay from the right side property line instead of 10 feet as required, and 23.7 feet to a new second-story addition above a new porch instead of 25 feet as required, and an aggregate side yard of 12 feet instead of 18 feet as required. An alternative resolution has been provided should the BZA wish to grant the use permit as advertised.
Madam Chair, I might ask staff. So really, the difference is that 1 foot on the right side between
Correct.
what they're asking for and what you're recommending?
That's correct.
Okay.
But that won't impact the use of the foundation?
No, it's the it's the eave that we're recommending they cut back.
Shave off?
Exactly. Mm-hmm.
And it's kind of a cantilevered kind of a approach he's got going on, which I like. But I like different. But I like old too.
Okay. Any additional questions of staff? Seeing none, is Amir Tahami here?
I'm here.
Right.
Hello. I should breeze this up. I'm kind of tall. So you can see I bought a house that's in not very good condition, and I obviously want to improve it. My idea here was to actually build on the existing foundation since I don't have any room on the sides, and there's not a whole lot of room in the back either. And so you'll see that the house that I proposed there it's not a big house. It's under 2,300 square feet. The height is about the same as the house next door. And I really love the design. It's very efficient. It's a greenhouse. And I've spent a lot of time reaching out to the neighbors and explaining the project to them. We'll give you signatures of support that I have from the neighbors. And this includes next door, across the street, behind.
Wait until you get back to the podium because we need it on the record. Well, I think you're in an advantage because this is a condemned house, that anything you do would make it better for the neighborhood.
Yeah, in fact, the neighbors across the street thanked me for increasing the property value. So.
Oh, gosh.
Are they, where are they situated? You said they were in the neighborhood. Can you give us a...
Oh, the neighbors right across the street, the two houses.
And the others that are on the list, can you tell us? Left,
Yeah,
right?
so the one if I'm facing the house to the right, the house on the left is an investment property, and it's just renters in there, so I wasn't able to speak with the owners. And then the people in the back, directly to the back right corner. And I wasn't able to speak to the other people in the back.
Irving Street, okay, so.
And you'll see that I canvassed a lot of the neighborhood as well.
Okay, so I don't see anything, let me see. Oh, I see. Okay, why don't we let you start, tell us. Anything else you want to tell us, or do we have any questions?
If you have any questions.
Actually, I always like to ask when the staff has a different recommendation than what you've asked for, what's your response to the staff's recommendation instead of what you've asked for?
Well, I understand that, they can't recommend going over the code very easily, but, I don't think that, asking for an extra foot for the eaves is out of character. And anyway, for the neighborhood, the neighbors next door seem to be very happy with that, and across the street as well. In fact, I think their eaves goes beyond what the requirement is in their addition.
Let me ask you, in terms of your design, would you be able to accommodate a 1-foot shaving off of that eave?
I think it would make that part of the house look kind of silly, because that roof line is a major part of the aesthetic.
Yeah, it's got eave all the way around.
Yeah, it does seem to be part of what you built in. But how far are they protruding from the structure?
15 inches?
It's even better.
Might make some more of a design element.
Anything else you want to share with us?
I love this house. Can't wait to move in there.
Okay. Why don't you have a seat then, and we'll finish deliberating, I guess?
Do we have any speakers?
I don't think I have speakers on this one.
Madam Chairman?
Mr. Sagatol has got to speak.
Oh, did you just give it?
No, he did.
Really? Oh, maybe did you put it on the bottom of the other one?
It was with the other one.
Yeah. I don't usually look at that. Okay, go ahead. Come up, Mr. Secretary.
Thank you. I just wanted to add one thing. When the street is very tight, and there was a variance granted a use permit granted last June for 3121 North 9th Street to permit an eave setback of 2.5 feet to the property line. And that was taken into consideration when designing this. We understood that there was that we would need to get a use permit, but that was taken into consideration. And I have if you'd like, I have a map showing where that property is.
You have it on the record, that's fine.
That's all I had to add with that.
But Madam Chair, if you might, you have another big map like this with the neighbors?
Yes, sir.
I'd like to have that. I'd like to see where some of these are. I was having trouble finding this locations. Okay, thanks. I mean, insofar as you've produced them, might as well use them.
(3121) North 9th Street. It's across the street and about 4 houses over. And then the house directly next to it also had a use permit approved for very small setbacks. The house directly next to Mr. Tahami's, 3112, has a by right wall of about 4.3 feet, I believe. But if you look at the photos of the house, the eave projects about another 18 inches, which would put it less than 3 feet from the property line. And Mr. Tahami obviously reached out to the neighborhood to make sure, because of the close proximity, he wanted to make sure that people understood what was going on, and particularly the neighbor next door and across the street.
Thoughts?
Madam Chairman, this property is a block from the Clarendon high-density development, and is an eclectic neighborhood, particularly in this area, of different housing types. There's apartments right down the street. There's, of course, high-rise apartments a block away, and other high-rise commercial development, basically 3 blocks maybe from the Clarendon Metro Station. But let me speak. I think the staff has got it right, except for the eave. And I think the eave, not only in particular with this design, is aesthetically pleasing, but the eave provides some shelter for the windows that are below it. There's an eave at each floor. When you have an 18-inch eave, and I know from experience living in houses with those, you'd be surprised how often straight-down rain doesn't come anywhere near getting in your window. Now, the wind blows, it's going to come in your window, but it protects very much the walls of the house. And so I'm persuaded that the request for the eave and along with the rest of the staff's recommendation is the right way to go on this one. 37 and a half feet wide, too, is what I get. It's 22.5 feet short of the width of an R6 lot.
And I was going to make a comment about that, and your talk about transition and everything is absolutely right, but it was only, oh gosh, I shouldn't say only, maybe in the 1970s when the neighborhood was all changed to R6, because some of the old lots, these used to be R5 lots. So that tells you even more that they weren't overbuilt or anything. That's just, they were R5 to begin with. So.
And non-conforming in that instance.
Yeah, even then. Yeah.
Any other thoughts? My only thought would be echoing Mr. Russell's, and also just creating a record that distinguishes, from my perspective, this case from the previous case. And that is, when I look at the character and nature of the neighborhood, especially speaking to the new developments and townhomes that are there, they're already modern in scope. This would not be any different than what's being built in the neighborhood and area. I think the design is appropriate, and given the proposal that's before us, I think it's a good approach. So I'm ready for a motion.
Madam Chairman,
Mr. Russell.
I move that let me ask a question first. Everything about the staff's recommendation is the same except for the eave, correct?
Correct.
So I can just move what they requested, and that's the alternative, right? Okay, I didn't want to make sure that there were other things. I move the alternative resolution V1097114 UP1, approval of the use permit request subject to the conditions in the alternative resolution.
Second.
Been moved by Mr. Russell, seconded by Mr. Smith. All in favor?
Aye.
Thank you.
Okay, our last two cases of the night, they're both related cases. It's V-1972-14-VA-2. It's a variance request by Len Capusta to permit structural alterations to a non-conforming building. It's for the construction of a new basement addition and a new two-story addition above the existing building footprint. It's in the R5 zoning district, premises known as 4132 21st Road North.
And the recommendation is to adopt the attached resolution approving the subject variance for a new basement addition and a new 1.5-story addition above the main building footprint with conditions. An alternative resolution has been provided should the BZA wish to approve the variance for a 2-story addition above the existing main building footprint as requested. Questions of staff? I guess, wait a minute. Are these the pictures, or is it the one above, mister? So this is different than the type that have been being remodeled?
Exactly. Across the street. The one in the corner, in that last picture, right there in the corner, that was a similar one that was done through use permit, I think in 2013. Not quite as tall as this one, but very similar in design.
No further questions of staff. Mr. Johar, acting on behalf of the applicant.
Good evening.
I think I need your address, sir.
No, I'm just here to answer any questions.
No, I need your address.
1646 Anderson Road. That's in McLean, Virginia. 22102.
What was the zip?
22102.
Thank you. Not making any affirmative statement. Do we have any questions for Mr. Johar? Excuse me. Mr. Noxon, is there anything that can be done without a variance?
Excuse me?
Is there anything that can be done without a variance on this property?
This is similar to that corner lot issue. Really, to build up above or build below, even if we were to allow building a second-story addition above, they need the structural alterations because the foundation won't support it.
And it's non-conforming in its lot placement at this time?
Non-conforming due to the depth of the lot being so shallow, so it's non-conforming to the front and rear setback.
You've just been granting a lot more variances than we normally used to, so I'm trying to understand why the staff is recommending
Really, it was an interpretation of how we were reading the code before. We were allowing use permits before for structural alterations, which we found was wrong, and the county attorney's office has backed that up, that we should be doing variances for it because it's a particular section of the zoning ordinance that's not covered under the use permit. So now anytime somebody has to do this, they have to get a variance as well as the use permit.
So in those instances where we were putting in basements, those would now come in with a variance request?
Exactly.
Is what you're saying?
Or just to, like we had the gentleman who came in, he was pulling out floor studs from the porch. Same deal, structural alteration. So we'll be seeing a lot more of them.
I was going to say, we got rid of our porches, a lot of the other porches, and now you're just adding a new thing. I was thinking we were seeing more of these. Oh, did I say what the recommendation was? I'm so tired now at this point, I can't, okay. I don't remember.
Can I ask a question of the staff, please? Just so I get so confused in this. Is this entire house going to be taken down?
No.
They're going to cut a
Basically take the roof off, pop up the top, and then there's only a partial basement right now. It goes back about half the depth of the house. And so they're going to build foundation underneath part of it. It's kind of like a underpinning, just dropping the floor down.
For just the part that's there, or are they going to put basement all the way underneath?
Just the half that's not there right now. It's there's a crawl space as opposed to a full basement.
Yeah, so there'll be a full basement when they're done.
Exactly.
So the new house, when it's completed, will be, just forget the basement, I understand that. But what we see in this picture with more house on top of it.
Exactly.
And then there's decks and stuff all around. Yeah. Okay, thanks. I looked at it and looked at it.
So I have a question of staff. If we approve the staff recommendation denying these parts, the applicant really can't go ahead with what he wants to do because the drawings don't show this. So what happens in the process then? Do we have to defer, or is that?
We have to defer so they can redesign the top floor to become a half story as opposed to a full floor.
Okay, so either we defer or we go with the application as it was requested.
Correct.
Okay. Those are really our only two choices.
But before we get there, we deal with whether we're going to grant a variance. And if we decided we weren't going to grant a variance, to say it's not a hardship unshared, I mean, I guess that's the element that's been sticking me with the variances all night, is if these are homes that are all in this state of being, but they're perfectly fine to live in and they're habitable, and I didn't find that with the last case because it was clearly uninhabitable, then what's the justification for the variance in terms of the hardship on the home, just that they want to be able to build a second story? I don't know that that's a hardship. It's been rolling in the back of my head.
Lot size is probably the biggest hardship that staff was able to identify. This is the smallest lot in this area.
And it'll be the biggest, one of the most built up on that block. But if we find the lot size, but most of the lots in the area are non-conforming, right?
I would say so, especially, the duplex lots, they all meet the width and area that you need in the R5 district, except they have duplexes on them. So that makes them non-conforming, but not particularly because of the lot, the use on it, so.
And this will not be allowed to be a duplex, or, I mean, because she,
Be single family,
but we're,
one kitchen.
another question of staff. If the variance request is to permit alterations regarding a new basement addition and a new two-story addition, but you don't support, staff doesn't recommend supporting the two-story addition, then our variance request really is not for all of these things. Does it matter after we approve a variance what it specifically is for? We've just granted it to do structural alterations, regardless of exactly what.
Really, you would be approving the variance to permit the basement and the two-story addition or 1.5-story addition.
Mhm.
The other items come into play in the use permit because those aren't
Exactly.
variance issues.
Mhm.
A lot of the previous on this agenda have been just the variance hasn't been specific at all. It simply said you can make alterations to a non-conforming property.
Because that's really, that's the code section you're getting the variance from. It's just, you shall not make structural alterations.
But in this case, there are caveats with it.
And the one before it, they had existing main building footprint and a new second story rear projecting bay. So it was articulating what the request was for. But I do have a concern about the language in that in terms of how we've advertised the subject. On the one hand, I think we have to give enough notice of transparency that the reason we're making a variance request is for these purposes. But on the other hand, I don't think the variance itself should be for the purposes of specifically the new basement addition and a new 1.5-story, because that is the subject of the use permit.
Yeah, it's almost as if you would want to do, if you didn't do them simultaneously, it's this catch-22. It's do you do the specific changes and then give a variance for those changes? Or do you just give a variance that says you can do alterations and then we'll tell you in the next item what you can do?
Well, and I think that was part of the reason it was difficult in the last case with regard to the variance first, is because we approved the variance, but the issue is you've got then the setback over the building out of the porch. And I contrast that to the very beginning of the docket tonight with Mr. Lawson and the McBrides, where when we're scraping a house and you're doing a variance request, it's very different than when you're just doing a structural alteration variance request. But when I look at the standards we have to apply, it doesn't have a different exception for application because it's a structural variance. So for me, that's why I ask, would they produce undue hardship? Well, these small lot houses and small lots is something we deal with all the time in this zoning district. So I don't know that
It's not unique.
It's not unique. Then the second is the hardship generally not shared by other properties in the same zoning district. I don't think that's true either, because the lot sizes, there's a lot of lots in this zoning district that are substandard. The one we just talked about next to St. Agnes is very close to this neighborhood as well, or relatively close to this neighborhood, same zoning district and small lot sizes. And that the authorization of the variance will not be of substantial detriment to the adjacent property, and that the character of the district will not be changed by the granting of the variance. Those are hard questions when we're just talking structural. And if it's structural for the purposes of ensuring that the non-conforming property can be maintained, because we've done that before, that seems very different to me than a structural one, which is a predicate to allowing a building of a structure.
And there is a difference where it talks about by law or ordinance. If it's to keep the building from falling in on you, there are exceptions to it.
Right. And we've seen that a lot of times when people start to do the building and then find out they have to move more studs than they think, and they have to come back because they were originally thinking they didn't need to get a variance or use permit in those circumstances. And then I guess it goes to the final issue is, and going back to Mr. Lawson's argument, what does it mean in terms of interfering with reasonable and beneficial uses of the property taken as a whole? If, in the absence of
putting a second story on this property, I don't think it meets that part of the standard for the variance.
Right.
So it is the catch-22 in terms of the variance issue. But that's why I wanted to spend some time on this case with the variance question. You may not even get to whether we can grant you a use permit if we can't grant you a variance.
Madam Chair, my thinking on that point is that, specific to this application, the basement is substandard. It's a partial basement, I think, and I think the staff's testimony was that it is, that to do anything would require shoring up the foundation. In other words, expanding the basement is only part of the structure underneath it. So that to me militates for a granting of a variance for the basement. If you're going to, because yeah, the house is useful, but there's a structural problem. Partial basement, given the age of the house, I'd suggest is a structural problem that even if not now, at some point in the future, that would have to be dealt with. Then going up, the other case, the very tall case, that was an R6 zoning district. This is R5. This is, I think the testimony was, it's the smallest lot, he thinks, in the area, or among the smallest.
Most shallow lot.
Shallow lot. So going up really is the only way that you can add anything to it. And if it's, I don't know what the inside of it looks like now, but it's one story with partial basement and a dormer upstairs. One bath, I presume.
It is. And actually, one more thing that can help this argument, the existing basement as it is, being that it's a partial basement, does not even actually have access between the basement and the first floor. So the only access
You have
on
to
the
go
side.
outside to get in.
Exactly.
I lived in a house like that.
So,
It was a
to introduce a staircase, we need some more space in the basement as it is. And
So I don't know. I see the need for a variance to do anything. As the staff's indicated, now the county attorney's office says that you got any structural change, you're going to need a variance for a non-conforming lot. So that's why I was quick to grant those so that we could get to a discussion of what they want, the side yard setback issues.
But I think, but I thought that most of the, for me, all the other variances tonight had other issues besides what we have here. Here we have a perfectly usable house, partial basement. I don't think you're entitled to have a full basement. I don't think there's a taking of the usefulness of the property. So to me, this is one where the trigger of the variance question needs to happen first, as opposed to just going to the use permit.
If you got a basement that you can't enter from the house, that's a problem. And is that, I would say that's a substantial problem that requires rectification. And in this day and age, yeah, that might have been acceptable 50 years ago, but not now. And given the property values, while a structure that is it can't be fixed is because of a zoning ordinance, you're in a position of, you're putting the applicant in a position where he's got a structure that is substandard, and he can't do anything to it to bring it into conformity with even the other structures in the zoning district, in the neighborhood.
I don't disagree with that. I just think I'm not clear as to why this particular variance has specifics attached to it as opposed to the others that said, yes, you just have to get permission in order to do anything, and now we'll deal with your request after that. I mean, I guess I don't feel strongly about it, especially the basement. But why would you include the height of the addition?
Mm-hmm.
Why did you recommend this particular language, in this case, when all the other variance requests simply said, we're giving you permission to make changes, but we're not addressing any of the specifics of those changes. And we'll only do it in the use. So in other words, could we just approve a variance for changes to a non-conforming and only address the specifics in the use permit, just like the others? I mean, it just confused me that this one had specificity.
Madam Chairman.
Mr. Russell?
Yes, staff, a question. Structural alterations, would they need a variance to move walls within this house, inside this house?
If they were load-bearing walls, they would.
Okay. Then even to do anything that involves load-bearing walls, inside this house, they would need this variance granted based on...
And possibly adding a stairway, too, if they're removing floorboards, floor joists. It's possible they might run into that problem there, too.
We knew about it.
Now, I have another question. If, given the setbacks of this house, if we gave this structural alteration variance, is there anything that could be done without a use permit to alter the exterior of this house?
Very little. They can build up by right with no eave above the footprint, and that's within, the 2.5-story limit because they're within 25 feet of a street right away. I don't even think they can put one of the decks on the side of the house without getting a use permit. So there's really not much they can do.
But the question for me in terms of the variance issue is, can they do something? If they can build straight up by right, then what's the hardship justifying the variance?
They can't without a variance. They can't do anything structural.
They can't, exactly. They couldn't put a by right addition above without that shoring up at the foundation.
Because the foundation isn't sufficient.
Exactly.
Okay.
But I'm confused. That confuses me. But I thought it was anything. It doesn't matter whether this foundation has to be done or not. What I'm hearing is you need a variance to structurally change a non-conforming house.
It's true.
Is that right?
That's correct.
So that could be a stone foundation 3 feet deep all the way around that could support God knows what, high-rise building. But they can't do anything to what's above it based on this interpretation of the ordinance.
Exactly.
Because it doesn't meet any setbacks.
They couldn't even put a stairway into the basement because they would have to cut a floor joist.
They couldn't replace the front wall exactly like it is because termites have eaten it up, right?
Well, those are the ones we've dealt with a lot in the past. We do have speakers. I don't know if they want to speak specifically to the variance request and the use permit. So you were just answering questions. Why don't we have a seat? Let's go through that. We can have them speak to both because they both have all the speakers have indicated that. I was going to start with Mr. McGeorge, then Lita Miller, and then Mr. Kovach. Additionally, for the record, the board did receive letters, and pictures, an email and pictures from Ms. Wilson, or Mr. Wilson, Terrence Wilson, of 4140 21st Road North on these issues.
I also have a letter signed by a lot of neighbors that could not attend tonight. I don't know if you have a copy of that or if you need a copy of it.
I don't think we have a copy of those, so yeah, just go ahead and give it to Mr. Russell, and he'll pass it down.
So the letter addresses a lot of the concerns we have about the structure that's being put there, so maybe that's not what we're talking about now. I guess in looking at the variance and kind of racking our brains about this, and I've been doing the same thing as I hear these people case by case, it's not a black and white area, it's very gray. I even know some of the people that were here tonight asking for things, and I don't know if what I'm about to say is for or against them, although I don't want it to be that way, but I will say that in addition to the concerns that we put in this letter and that we'll talk about with the house itself, I'm very worried about the analysis structure that the county is taking towards these exceptions and variance requests. Specifically the hardship that is referenced on properties themselves and the applicants. And listening to this applicant's hearings in the past, as well as other variance hearings, I'm seeing a theme that creates a very dangerous loophole in the county's future development. Virginia is a buyer beware state, and if a homeowner, and more specifically an investor purchaser, can claim that they purchased a property in good faith and later suffer a hardship because they cannot expand it to their desire or build new to their desire, then there's a slippery slope that can come of this. Just because you can prove that the only other by right option for a property's development is to build an obscene structure, and therefore the county should allow expansion outside of the county regulations, can be very detrimental to real estate. I'm involved in real estate in Arlington County. I represent several investor clients, people who buy properties for investment, like this property is. The practice of any competent broker, homeowner, investor should be to understand the constraints that are conveying with the property you are purchasing. If an individual can claim hardship just because they did not practice this in the real estate transaction and then be rewarded by saying sorry afterwards, instead of asking permission prior, I fear what type of predatory development this will promote within Arlington County. As it relates to the subject property, I think the county should consider the timing of when this property was purchased and the pattern of construction requests. The property's been vacant since the deed was transferred earlier this year, and it was in fact vacant prior to that. If expansion was the intention of the buyer, why was no research conducted prior as to what could be done to this property? Although intentions are hard to prove, I think that they need to be considered in this decision because hardships are equally ambiguous. So I'm hearing a lot of talk about the basement and whether it can be used and this and that, and this person is an investor client. They want to, build a house that they can rent out to people. I understand that. I actually don't really have a problem with what they could do by right or even offering some exceptions. Well, I guess we'll get into the structure they're proposing. But my question is, I do see a very slippery slope with investors going around buying properties, targeting them because of what could be built there and saying there's no way the county would approve what I could build there new. So I'll tell them that, and then they'll give me a variance, and I can build something obscene, something that, a lot like this is a big house they want to put on this lot, and it'd be monstrous on the setbacks, and that's what you guys are looking at, the setbacks. There's a lot of decks on this property that would come right up against my property. My property is actually the one right next to it, too, if you have questions about that.
Thank you.
But that's a concern about the variance.
Lita Miller?
Hello, my name is Lita Miller, and I live directly across the street from this property. And I'm glad to hear that this is very confusing for you guys who do this all the time. This is beyond confusing for us as homeowners. This applicant purchased this property in less than 12 months ago. Her family has now owned it for a second time. Based on the applicant's experience for the last 3 years of construction on 21st Road and her continued request for variances here at BZA, her and her contract should have understood the limitations on setbacks and the zoning laws. I've sat through meetings for the last, I think this is our fourth one, where homeowners are looking for extra space for their aging relatives or growing family, or today, a forever home. I'd never heard of that. But that's not the case here. The plan put forth is a beautiful apartment building for a much larger lot. The design has 5 bedrooms, each with their own bathroom, and 2 laundry facilities, and really 2 kitchens. This is being built for multiple tenants. We've asked time and time again not to increase the density by giving variances. This applicant can renovate the inside of her house and add some dormers to make a modest house to fit the modest lot that's there. When we were discussing lot sizes, the 4 lots up are all about the same size, and the next 2 up look exactly like this. The 4th one is a property of hers that she blew up, but we didn't know about this thing, and we didn't know that we could come and make comment to it, so we didn't stop that. And now that we know what that looks like, that's why we keep coming back. As staff suggested, a 2.5-story plus the full basement would be the tallest and the largest house on the smallest lot. My house is a 1-story across the street, and because that typology thing, we're below. So walking out my front door, I'm looking at the bricks. So I'm looking below the basement. So if you put 2 stories on top of that, that's going to be 5 story. I mean, I don't know what the height of 5 stories is to my house. And finally, the number of decks and the proximity to the property line. Phil was very quiet about that, but one of the decks is like right up against his property line.
Because we're not talking about that yet. You'll get a chance to come back in a minute.
I get to talk more. Yay. All right, that's it. Thank you.
Okay. Mr. Kovac? Not on this one? Okay. Any further discussion on the variance? I think it's helpful that Mr. Lawson gave us the ordinance tonight, and I've gone back to it, and I don't feel personally that I can vote for the variance under these circumstances, but that's where I sit. Yep. If anybody else wants to.
I guess I feel that it's really hard to reconcile, because I agree about the hardship, but I also agree that we've heard a number of cases where people want to make changes to a non-conforming house. And how is this different?
Madam Chair, I don't see it different. I don't see it any different. I think that, we can have a real good talk about whether we should grant a use permit for a deck or for additional stories, et cetera, but I mean, I think Mr. Russell's questions were quite enlightening, that with a non-conforming house, anything, and now any structural change whatsoever requires a variance. So I think I think I think we really constitute a taking if we don't grant a variance. Now, whether we grant a use permit is different, and to what extent we do, that's different. But I think I would grant them the variance and then we can talk about what. I'm not for any decks. I too am concerned about I don't like the 3rd floor. I think it's a plenty big house. I'd let them go up one. I think we go straight up all the time, all over. So that's kind of where I am on it also.
Mr. Russell, you have any comment? Okay. My only other point would be under subsection B, 2B of the ordinance, it does say, well, first, that strict application of the ordinance would produce undue hardship relating to the property. But I already indicated that from my view, I don't believe it does. And secondly, under subpoint B, that the hardship is not shared generally by other properties in the same zoning district in the same vicinity. And I think this is the catch-22 that the county's interpretation has put us into. But the reality is, I don't believe under the ordinance that this house is situated in a way that is not generally shared by other homes in the same zoning district. And then subpoint C, that the authorization of the variance will not be of substantial detriment to the adjacent property. And I think, and maybe this is because we're looking at the neighborhood itself, we're very familiar with this neighborhood, I see nothing but detriment to the neighborhood by granting this variance.
Madam Chair, I would just point out that the hardship that has been identified by staff, that the shallowness of the lot and the changes to the zoning ordinance have made it non-conforming as to the setbacks. So,
is there a motion?
okay, Madam Chair, I move the grant V-10972-14-VA2, subject to the conditions listed in the resolution.
Do we want to address Ms. Freshman's question, and instead of doing that, grant a generic variance as opposed to the specific one?
The two-story addition portion of it.
Correct. Yeah, I mean, I don't mind what staff has recommended in terms of a variance for a 1.5-story addition. That doesn't mean that they can build it yet.
Okay, well, we don't have a second yet anyway, I'm sorry, I jumped the gun.
It just seems like it's inconsistent to be specific in the variance, given what we've done earlier, but also given what I guess our new position is now, which is that we have to do lots more variances. And this is going to come up over and over again, regardless of the specifics of the changes proposed. So it's almost going to be a pro forma. You want to make any changes, your property is non-conforming, you start with a variance. And I agree that it's an awkward position because it isn't necessarily a hardship. The hardship is you have a non-conforming house. It doesn't, that's all. But it's enough, apparently, because nothing else can happen until the variance is granted in all those cases. And it is a generic variance in that sense.
But, and I go back to all the questions in Columbia Heights West, where we struggle with this every single time in terms of building those out. If what you're saying is true, there would never be any justification for us to deny a variance, because I don't think you could do it inconsistently. And I don't think that's the position that we're supposed to be in as a board, to get to a place where the Supreme Court has said we're not supposed to be giving variances for everything, to do that. But in any event, just procedurally, we didn't get a second on the motion. I do think we might want to look at, even if we're going to vote on the variance, doing a generic variance, maybe taking the language out of the prior variance as opposed to this one, to simply, or stripping the language as to the specifics. But
Okay, what do you recommend?
I think we can take that out, just say approving the subject variance to permit structural alterations to a non-conforming building.
Done all night.
Mm-hmm.
Yep.
I would move that.
Second.
Okay. A motion is before the board amending the proposed staff recommendation to approve the variance. It's been moved by Mr. Smith, seconded by Ms. Freshman. All in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? No. The motion carries 3-2. Now we go to the use permit.
Correct.
And just to be clear, I'd give them 1 story, an additional story, no decks.
Well, that's where we're at now. I think we need to hear from
That's
them.
what we'll take care of with the use permit.
I pre-jumped the staff report. I was hoping we had done it like Mr. Lawson said, or put them together, but I guess, given that it is the 11th of December.
So,
Okay, the final case tonight is V-10972-14-UP-1. This is a use permit request by Len Capusta to permit a setback of 8 feet to the porch eave and 9 feet to the porch base, 14.3 feet to the eave and 15.3 feet to the wall of the home and the bay window from the 21st Road North right-of-way instead of 25 feet as required, and 8.2 feet to the rear deck, 15 feet to the left side deck, and 15.3 feet to the eave and 16.3 feet to the wall of the home and bay window from the rear property line instead of 25 feet as required. And this is for structural alterations to the non-conforming building, as well as the construction of a new basement below the existing main building footprint, new 2-story addition above the existing main building footprint, a front porch, a rear deck, a left side deck, and 2 right side window wells. It's in the R5 zoning district on premises known as 4132 21st Road North.
the recommendation is to adopt the attached resolution denying the use permit for a 2-story addition above the existing main building footprint, a new front porch, and a new rear deck, but approving a use permit for a setback of 14.3 feet to the eave and 15.3 feet to the wall of the home and the bay window, a window from the 21st from the 21st Street, 21st Road? From 21st Road. Oh, no, from the 21st Road, there's a period after that that's confusing me. 21st Road north right-of-way instead of 25 feet is required. And 15 feet to the left side deck, 15.3 feet to the eave, and 16.3 feet to the wall of the home. And the bay window from the rear property line instead of 25 feet is required, regarding structural alterations to a non-conforming building and for the construction of a new basement below the existing main building footprint, a new 1.5-story addition above the existing main building footprint, a left side deck, and 2 new right side window wells. And an alternative resolution has been provided should the BZA wish to approve the use permit as advertised. Okay. Any questions of staff on this? Or any questions of Mr. Jahar at this point? If there's no questions, we'll have you stay there and have the testimony from the neighbors. Okay, let's start again. Mr. McGeorge?
Thank you. For the use permit, so I guess more talking about the structure that is being proposed, we have a number of concerns. Number one probably being height. Looking at the different angles of this house, I'm on the east elevation, which is for about half the house. I can see almost 5 stories, I think, and my home's probably one of the biggest there, and it's just 2 stories from any angle you look at it, back, front, side, anywhere. It's a 2-story house, pretty generic. From the west view, even worse. You can pretty much see almost part, at least, of all what I would call, if I'm counting windows, 5 stories almost. Now, I know this is 2.5 stories, dormers, things like that, but I'm just, size-wise, it seems like a very big structure for the lot it's on. So that leads to other concerns, rain runoff, how much material is on this small lot. The fact that there's a shared wall going all the way down the street, the topography of the street, that this side of the street is on a hill. There's a lot of excavation, I think, that would be necessary for this. I mean, you can see elevations moving on the sides of the house. So we have a lot of these concerns. Getting specifically into the compatibility with the street, I just think a house of this size is not really compatible. In the staff's analysis, it's referenced that the variance would promote compatibility of development in the surrounding neighborhood. As proof, there was a statement of several homes that were referenced. We feel that, and this is in the letter that I provided, so a lot of people sign this, would like to speak similarly. But we feel that this is a skewed view of the argument. Of all the referenced properties, we find that almost every one of them is non-conforming because they are 1, existing original construction, 2, by right, or 3, part of the site plan, which is the townhouse development, which is developed. It's townhouse development. It's 3 stories. Everybody knew what that development was. And then 1 exception. And that exception is 4144 21st Road, which is a house that the BZA variance approved within the last few years. The house has been constructed now. We'd love to give you our thoughts on that property, but I know that's not what this is about. But we feel that it's not compatible to the neighborhood. It's a huge house on a very tiny lot. There's no grass. It's all paved to provide parking. It's gravel. The gravel's on the street. It's at the top of the street. The gravel comes down the street. We just see this happening with these types of projects. So we were naive to that project going on. So we were not here for that hearing. So that list, I just wanted to make the point that list is kind of skewed. Because the one thing that kind of gives this merit as being compatible with the street is something that the BZA heard and approved, and I understand that. None of the neighbors we just weren't on board with it. You know, we didn't know that this development was going to be happening. We didn't really know to start looking for these signs and do our homework and things like that. Going back to the property itself, the decks too is a major concern for me. I live right next to the house. One of the house is already very close to the property line. My house is very close to the property line. Adding just this outdoor living space on my side of the property is not fun, but it's also being proposed all over the house. So the west side is going to suffer the same thing. The rear side, the front side, So we have concerns about all of that. And then the floor plans being proposed inside, I don't know if that, really speaks to height or setbacks. It is our concern of more the intention of the property. I think you guys have looked at it and maybe seen something, a wet bar. I know there's concerns in Arlington, wet bars and basements. How big are they? When do we get cooktops in there? How do you stop people from doing that, really, under the guise of night? There's 2 laundry facilities being proposed in this. Maybe that's common in single-family homes this day, maybe in $3 million homes that are humongous. 2 laundry facilities, yeah, 4,000 square foot lot, modest home, 2 laundry facilities. How many people are we putting in this house? A single-family home? It's a lot of laundry. Maybe I could use your imagination, but that's also another concern. But
I think
Madam
that's
Chair,
about, I think,
Can I ask one question of this applicant?
no, he's a,
I'm sorry, of the neighbor.
yeah, I'm just,
What would your feeling be of 1-story, no decks?
I'd have to see plans. I'd have to see where it falls in the setbacks. I don't.
Straight up.
Is it by right?
no.
No.
You can't because it's non-conforming.
So it's just straight up, pitched roof, nothing else.
So we're talking about demolishing the existing structure except
No,
for the
building
basement?
straight over.
Just popping it up.
Popping the top, keeping all the walls.
Yeah.
But you would need a variance for that and the use for
Well,
that.
we need a use permit. Then we don't have a
I'd like to see some elevations, things like that. I don't think I'd have a problem with it.
It's less than
I
2.5
hate committing to that
stories.
now without seeing some drawings. But no, I'm not opposed to, somebody making additional living space there.
That was my
Depending on what they
concern.
do, yeah. I mean,
I just wanted to hear, Madam Chair, I just wanted to hear whether the applicant was, had
The neighbor.
a doctrinaire, I'm sorry, the witness had a doctrinaire opposition, or whether there was reasonableness. I hear reasonableness. I appreciate that. Thank you.
yeah, I can see some form of additional space being added to this property. And the basement's a good point, too. I actually have a very similar basement. It's basically what you would call a cellar back in the day. Mine was definitely accessible only from the outside of the house at some point. Before I purchased it, it had some stairs put in. The stairs now would not meet anybody's code. They're very skinny. You'd hit your head. But they're existing. They were there when I bought the house. I haven't done anything with the basement. And I have the same problem. I don't have it finished all the way back. When I did the renovation to my house, I considered, what I would need to do to finish it out. I didn't do it because of cost. I really didn't think would it be a detriment to the neighborhood. I'd have to look at what the grading would have been done if I had done that and maybe talk to my neighbors a little bit. But yeah, I mean, I'm not completely opposed to some type of living space being added to some of these properties on our block. But
I
Thank you.
appreciate that.
case
Thank
by
you.
case, I guess.
Thank you, Madam
But
Chair.
Thank
I
you.
think intention too is a concern of ours, but I know that's not always what you guys are interested in hearing.
Or what we're allowed to consider.
I understand that.
But we do appreciate that.
But yeah, this house, I'm speaking to this
I think actually your time
house.
is about up.
I'm sorry.
I
Thank
didn't
you.
set the, it's like way up, and I didn't set the timer, so
Sorry, thank you.
it's way into tomorrow.
All right, middle school starts at 7, so I got a kid who's waking up in a few hours. So same thing, the size, it's too much. I respect the question about whether a 1-story over top of this, and I think that's a reasonable thing to ask if it's staying over it, because I don't know what Terrence's email said, but if he ever wants to pop his top, we would completely respect that. He is a homeowner, he lives there, and he would communicate with us, and that's something that has not been done throughout this whole process, which we find very frustrating. And the height is nervousing, and same with the construction, the experience that we've had with this so far.
I
That's it.
appreciate that. Mr. Kovach, do you want to say anything on this part? Yeah.
I just wanted to say thank you for considering my neighbors' concerns. I share them, and so do other neighbors. I really have nothing to add, and I don't want to delay the process.
Thank you. Any further discussion? I guess, Mr. Jahar, why don't you come forward, because I think we're in a position potentially where we've been in the past with other instances, and that is a question of potential deferral
Sure.
to reconsider and redesign, because I think you're hearing an inclination. I will also, as Mr. Lawson pointed out at the beginning of the meeting, both myself and Ms. Craven will be stepping off of the board, so it'll be a different board construction when you come back to the board, board composition when you come back to the board. But I think can't really approve anything, and I don't sense there's inclination tonight to grant the request.
Right. All right, well, I guess being the agent, I can speak about the project. Well, to start about the concerns that happened above the street, 4144, that was before I even took over the project. The owner went ahead and excavated the half of the basement, and then the county put a stop work order. Then we're granted by right to continue the underpinning process, and we made it a full basement. We added a second-story addition by right. We just got a BZA approval before the board for the eave and the deck in the back, which is the same size as the deck that we're proposing for this one, which that was a side lot, and that was considered also another front, so it required 25 feet on both sides. I want to really make things simple with the neighborhood. I really do not want to be going back and forth. I want to build this in good faith with the neighborhood, so I'm willing to listen to any suggestions. I knew coming to this hearing that this was going to be deferred, but I wanted to save time for the second hearing. It's really a second-story addition. I mean, the dormer in the back was what's making it a second, a two-story addition over that. I mean, I can shrink that to half of the side. It doesn't affect the front. So the pitch of the roof is established according to the same pitch that's existing right now and the same pitch of the houses next door. So putting that second story, I mean, the dormer is in the back. Nobody can see that. And I can shrink that to 50% of the width of the house, and that maintains a half story. If they're concerned about the wet bar being a second kitchen, I'm very happy to shrink it, make it smaller just to show them that it's not being used as a second kitchen. A second laundry is becoming common, but we can talk about that as well. The front porch, both of the neighbors that are here right now, the house across the street and the adjacent one, they have a front porch that is the same width of it goes across the width of their house, and it's encroaching closer to the street than this porch will. But again, it's a 6-foot deep porch. If shaving a foot, making it 5 foot, and maybe taking some of the left side just to make it symmetrical, that will make it more acceptable to you and the neighborhood. We're willing to do that. The deck in the back is 8 foot deep, and the one that was approved for the house on the top of the street is 6 foot. We're also willing to shave another 2 feet. But if you're giving a house with no outside sitting areas, it's going to look like a naked boring house. The deck on the side, also, we're willing to make it smaller. So we're willing to work with the board, and the neighborhood, if that's the case. So what I would like to know is, on the resolution that said you guys do not want to approve the front porch, that's just something that's completely unacceptable? I thought porch were favored by the BZA. So, I just need some guidelines to work with so I can save some time.
I would think, well, I'm not going to be here, but I think it's smaller porch is always going to be better than the larger porch. And my inclination is that the deck on the sides of the house is probably not something. But in terms of keeping and what the history of the board is, front and back porches are pretty standard.
Okay.
And building straight up from what you have existing, keeping it as low a profile as possible, I think would probably not have problems getting approval.
Okay. The wet bar is existing, by the way, so we're not adding that. It was there, so we thought we'd use the same plumbing, and we had the wet bar application for it anyways. Let me ask Andrew a question to the staff. What is the setback on the side where the deck we're proposing?
On the side, you have 8 feet on one side and 10 feet on the other.
Okay. So can he build
deck
anything?
was okay on the left side.
Right.
It was just the rear setback it was encroaching into.
Right. So I can technically keep that deck in by right, but I would piss off the neighborhood.
No, because
it doesn't meet a rear setback.
No.
Because it was only 15 feet from the rear.
Okay, so if I just make it smaller, yeah, okay. So I can make it narrower and
I don't.
less.
I think in the report it talks about that deck. I don't think we had a real issue with the left side deck. It was the rear deck that is very close to the property line.
So my question is, what would you like to see? A smaller porch, smaller rear deck, and
I think until we see designs, we can't really give you any further guidance on that.
You want to deny right now?
Okay.
So are you
Obviously, I'll take
requesting the deferral to February?
Absolutely.
Okay, I think we are ready for a motion.
Madam Chairman,
Mr. Russell.
I move that use permit V, whatever the number is, V109714 UP1 be deferred to the February 2015 BZA meeting.
Second.
By Mr. Russell, seconded by Mr. Smith. All in favor? Aye. Aye.
Thank you very much. Have a good
Okay, thank you.
night.
Thank you.
Have some discussions with your...
Can I make a request?
Okay.
I'll make a new design and
we
then
need
I'll
to
talk
do-
to them.
Before
It's
I,
getting late
I
now.
mean, we have to do a few housekeeping things, but I would really like for the next session to have this whole subject of the requirement that we do so many variances be addressed. Give us some guidance, because I do think it's very confusing to say that on the one hand, everything's going to require a generic, and on the other hand, we have guidance that says it has to be a hardship, you have to meet all this criteria. I think those are mutually exclusive and contradictory. And so we've sort of slogged through this agenda. But going forward, for those of us and for the new people, it's going to continue to be a problem until we have some explanation. Because we used to think it was just the hardship stuff that is read at the beginning of the meeting. And now we're hearing that it's more than that, and that's going to be hard to reconcile. So if we could have some sort of opinion or explanation as guidance going forward, I think that would be helpful. Thanks.
I think we have some staff members who wanted to talk about that too, probably in our next supervisors meeting, which is Tuesday. David Hunter was interested. He was talking to his staff as well as Essie today about it. So I think they want to know some more guidelines about it too.
Okay, I think we need to pass the minutes, or
I'll move approval of the November 12, 2014 minutes.
Second.
been moved by Ms. Freshman, seconded by Mr. Smith. All in favor?
Aye.
Abstaining? One, because Ms. Craven wasn't here. So that motion carries 4-0. I'll sign those. Mr. Russell, can I get a ride home?
Thank you for your service. We appreciate it. We'll miss you. And happy holidays, Merry Christmas.
Yes, happy
Nighty-night, I move adjournment.
Second.
Been moved by Ms. Freshman, seconded by Mr. Smith. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
12:29, 1 minute over.